guys, I think we're ready. Sorry, give me one moment. I had to make a quick purchase, and I didn't think about it until, like, oh, I hit the start stream button. So, me and the puppies went for a hike this morning. So, they are very tired dogs today. So, what that means is they're probably going to be on camera a whole lot. Sunday Bear, are you ready to be a stream dog? God, I'm just so tired. That's such a big hike for us little pom-poms. For us little pom-poms, Dad, that's such a big hike. We didn't even go for the big hike today. We went for the normal hike, but we haven't done it in quite some time. So Sunday and I struggled a little bit. Sprinkles had a blast. Wait, I don't have the map for here. All right, so we have an eyeball to turn in, a coral commandment to turn in, and then coral commandment we could just turn in here. We're not going to just yet. There's kind of not really a reason to do so right this second. We do need to farm up at one point, because now we have a house that we can shape up. Bone bottom supplies. So the reason I have to do this is that each of the running quests, it like counts as, gosh, I have to jump. Each of the running quests counts as like half a quest point. And although I think I am probably well above what I need for 100%, my goal is to do a lot of extra nonsense. So while we warm up, we're going to kind of do some of the safer things that we can do right away. Oh gosh. Okay. I apparently hit a skill. I hit the wrong side. So the reason I was so surprised is I was expecting to dash attack, right, which is my R2 button, and instead I apparently hit my L2 button. And, you know, mentally, oops, there we go, map. It is much, not necessarily. Why is there this Crest and Bone bot song? Oh, that's where I'm delivering to. All right, give me 1 second. I'm pretty certain that a quest I need to partake in is just up here. Excellent. It is. It's so cool because, like, I don't know if that map or that landing. Okay, I can't thud. I think I actually missed the landing I wanted to go on. I did. No, I did not. Apparently I'm delivering my bone bottom supplies to you. Oh, no. I'm actually delivering them to Bone Bottom. I'm just dumb. Okay, hold on. I love little hidden lore secrets like that. Oh, I'm glad that you brought me the thingies.
Yanara.
Hi, Sunday Bear. My little sweetheart. I'm so tired, Dad. Alright, so that completes the other quest that we had to do. So I need to turn that in. I need to go back up into the... He has a name. The memoriam for that. Balm for the wounded. I need to go back up into the capital. So what I think we're going to do is, I think we're going to unlock the Witch Crest. As well. Okay. So... we have an eyeball to go turn in. We'll start off there. And then let's go get the Witch Crest, I think. You wanna snuggles? Struggle cuddles? Bottom? The Brood Mother's Eye. Okay. Alright guys, time for Secret Tunnel again. Secret Tunnel. Hey Kaluna, how you doing today? Secret Tunnel. Yeah, we just got back from a hike, so she's more tired than normal. Oh, I saw you. But yeah, at the moment, I do need to kind of go on a killing spree. Or I need to equip a different charm and just farm for like 15 minutes. I don't want to do that just yet. We still have something that I think is like very interesting. Like, and a lot of games do this, but like you can equip. Where are you going, Sunday? You don't want to snuggle? You don't want to be a stream dog? Blasphemy. All right, hold on. He's not going to be a stream dog. I need to turn off the cam. She's such a funny dog. Because like in like 5 minutes, she's going to be like, I want to snuggle again. All right, so we opened up this shortcut like forever ago. But we didn't go through the... We didn't go through the failure portion of it. We didn't go through the failure portion of it. So instead, this time, we need to go back into a shortcut and go through the failure portion. You need a Sunday cam so we can just watch her sleep? I just had the Sunday cam on. What are you talking about? Right now, she's off drinking water. Yeah, if Sunday's sleeping, especially if she's like sleeping on my lap, 99% of the time I'll just switch the camera to her because her visuals seem to do better than mine, despite my handsomeness. It's a curse. I missed. Aww. Actually, I don't know why I decided to... Yep. Just about to say that. I don't know why I even bothered, because... I'm just gonna get infected again. Alright, so we're getting the Witch Crest at the moment, which is my favorite crest. And I can get it, like, significantly earlier. But it kind of has this annoying start to it where we get cursed for a little bit. And while we're cursed, we cannot heal. So it makes the game like 3 times harder. And then you have to do 2 small quests while cursed. And for a secret ending, we can defeat the boss of the game while cursed for a special ending. Yeah, Sunday, you're ridiculous. You are so predictable. So predictable. We never get to see Sprinkles either. So part of the reason you never get to see Sprinkles is kind of like a cat. She's off in my bedroom right now. So she's not even, like, visible. I can't even see her. And then when she does come in here, she's typically on my couch, which is, like, way over there. So you wouldn't be able to see her too much anyways. Sprinkles is kind of camera shy. It's not that she's actually shy to the camera. It's that she wants to go do something else. Or, kind of like a cat, she's like, I'm sleeping, leave me alone. But Sprinkles doesn't necessarily, like, hang out directly with me at the house. Like, she might be in the same room, or she just might be within earshot. Why did that trigger him to come out? Like, whatever. Darn it. I thought it was so clever. There we go. Now he's clever. All right. So, ouch. We got our memory locket. When I first got that quest where it's like I need to eat all sorts of bug food killed in a certain way. This was my first instinct. Really? I fell into those spikes? Was to come here because the bugs in this room just constantly respawn. I thought I was so clever for it. Okay. That just links those two rooms together. We unlock our bench. We unlock the last of our fast travel. So now, in terms of fast traveling, I think there's really only one more thing I need to unlock. And it's in this one area of the game that I tend to save for last. I don't know if I think it's the hardest area. I just tend to choose to leave it to last. So, all right. So we're gonna do the Witch Crest. The Witch Crest quest. We need to come back here to Shellwood. And there was this one vendor that we talked to extremely briefly. And the vendor, we gave materials earlier, and she gave us the poison pouch, which we don't use with Beast Crest. And the big reason we don't use it is that I feel like Beast Crest has so many blue tools that it wants to use that poison's just way too hard to fit onto it. So here it says, oh, you found the twisted bud, and lo and behold, it looks just like Greyroot here. So we give it to her, and then Greyroot says, the time of birth approaches. The bud cries, yearning. The final rite may begin. White shell, red cloak, bug strong and old. The time of birth is near. Aid now the final rite. And we accept.
Hironare.
Very well. The final rite. What would you have me do? The time of birth is close. Now give its shell. Host the final rite. The time of birth is near. Betrayal! And now we're pregnant. So, we have been infested with a parasite. So, in the upper left-hand corner, we can see that my magic meter... Ooh, Lord! Yeah, so we have a parasite in us now. And there's some really cool aspects about this. So, number one, right now, while I am cursed, so we can tell that I'm cursed, because in the upper left-hand corner, we can see all these, like, vines wrapped around my HP meter and my magic meter. If I try to heal, I get stopped. So this parasite currently stops us from ever healing again. So, logically, I absolutely want this off. Especially in Steel Soul mode. And it doesn't matter how much magic we have, no matter what, we can't. Then, another thing about this crest, I had magic equipped before being cursed. We no longer have magic. We have no magic equipped. We have no tools equipped. So basically, everything about the game just got stupidly hard. And I am now cursed. They stole your light! Speaking about stole my light, do you see Sunday right now? Like, she's out. She is in full sleep mode. I think her and I are starting to get a little too old for hikes. She did a great job today, but Sprinkles was trying to play with her at one point on the hike. And Sunday yipped, which is like not like Sunday to yip ever. Yeah, she's a little sleepy. But benefits of the Witch Crest. So we're going to talk about the benefits while I get uncursed. So, well, I guess let's start there. While we're cursed, everything is bad. We have no charms. We have no tools. We have no magic spells. We have no healing. Every single thing is blocked off. So we need to figure out a way to get this off of us. Now, thankfully enough, because I've played this game before, we have the knowledge of what to do and where to go. However, if we didn't know, we can come talk to certain people like Pavo here. And Pavo says, "My sickly friend, Pavo can sense that you are ailing, but fret not, for in Belhart, pilgrims may rest and recuperate until they are fit to travel once more. Your hospitality is appreciated, Pavo, but I fear rest alone will not suffice for this illness. A parasite has taken root inside of me. One I cannot remove through strength alone. Tell me, are there any of you that you know who might help me? A healer or a physician?" A physician? Well, we did have one, a frightening fiend, callous and crude in her practice. For the health of glorious Belhart, we voted unanimously to expel her. I know not where she buzzed away to, but I prefer to keep it that way. But if you really must seek her out, you might first start by speaking to the old hermit skulking beneath the beltway. Yes, that hermit seems mad, but he may have a way of accumulating knowledge. He might be able to tell you where that wretched physician is lurking. Now, if we go underneath, there is this dude that we can talk to. It's weird, though, because like the dude constantly just keeps calling us a slave every time he interacts with us. And to be honest with you, I don't actually know why he keeps calling us a slave. I kind of have an inkling of why I think he's doing it, but it also doesn't make sense because we are not a slave, and our character proves to have our own sound mind throughout the entire game. But anyways, I know where the physician is, so we climb. She is at the top of this left windmill. Slave is your nickname? Only in the bedroom. Alright, there we just took some damage, so now I need to be perfect. Because again, right now, I cannot heal, so... Sunday may like that nickname? I don't think Sunday... No, Sunday's Queen Bee Supreme. So Sunday has always been the type where no male dog has ever humped her, with the exception of, like, kind of two. So she has a brother, like, when I first got her... No. Oh, I have the audio turned off. I didn't realize. Well, I had the general speakers on, which wasn't what I wanted. She is the queen and you are her slave. Honestly, if you saw the dynamic of me and my dogs, very much so. Now, what's all this? Infested, are you? Bzzz. Do you even know who I am? Why, 'tis the great Yarnaby, genius physician, unfairly outcast, who now towers before you. I apologize for intruding on your work, but if you are the skilled physician you claim, I ask your assistance. A parasite has wormed its way inside of me. Its roots twist and pull inside my shell, draining my strength. If you possess the skills and the tools, I would see it removed. Bzzzt. Well, so you're a special sickly specimen, are you? That changes matters, yes. Turns them on their head. Let me see. Not haunted indeed. No silk sickness. But something strange has certainly clawed its way in. These roots that torment you so. I'm not altogether familiar with them, but it matters not. If there's something nasty inside that shell that must come out, we use Great Yarnaby's Extricator. It's your only hope. But to crack your stiff shell, we'll first need some extra strength. The healing can be done, yes. But before my mighty Extricator needs an upgrade. My cat is my queen. I've always said that. Yeah, a lot of people treat cats like queens. Bravo, a specimen who sees my brilliance. The task for you is simple. Head over into the tangled mess of cages on the roads above the moors. 2 bugs hide away there, Benjen and Krull. Simple types, woefully ignorant, yet they have been useful in procuring me materials. It's steel spines I need, a full bundle of them, forged hard and sharp, tougher than I've ever had, tough enough to crack stone and to pierce your thick shells. Then prepare your machine for my return, madam. I shall soon return with the spines, for I am eager to see myself free. I always laugh how games will always, like, say this, like, kind of things, like, oh, I'm gonna do this right away, and then, like, I can just go anywhere else I want to in the game. I can go anywhere, I can do anything, there's no time limit. I mean, it makes sense, for me in Steel Soul mode, because it's like, oh, well, I definitely want to be healed and freed as quickly as possible. Away. Out of my way. Without delay. It is not okay, so I must slay all of my right. And now to never remember that I ever sang that song. Oh yeah, we can free Greed and Prince while we're here too. I think we will. It's actually really funny. All my favorite crests in this game, like the ones that I enjoy playing with the most, all of them are like more difficult to play. And I don't love them for that reason. It's just kind of like the nature that I have chosen. Good bugs, I'm here on request of the Dr. Yarnaby. She requires spines forged of steel for a crucial operation. Oh, look at her, Benjen. She's all sick-like. Pull it up tight with something weird. Reckon that operation's for herself. He's a sad sight for sure, Krull. But sick or not, our scrap's hard found. If she's wanting, she's got to be getting paid. Oh, afraid the little one speaks true, Missy. You might be ailing, but we ain't offering charity. We're stocking the spines you need. You just got to be ready to part with some beads. 160. That's actually really cheap. It's a pleasure doing business with you, ma'am. It's the only finest scrap we're selling, promise. For your shell's sake, we'll be hoping that these spines can get the job done. Another trade fairly conducted, horror. Those spines are sharp, and they're hardly begun to rust. Better be getting back to your dock to get yourself sorted out, eh? And they are right. I do want to get back to mine doctor ASAP. Oh, so I'm sorry. When I said earlier that I cannot heal, that is mostly true. If I sit on a bench, I do restore HP. Safe journey, Tallbug. This is Farloom, warrior. Safety is a myth. Love it! Love that quote so much. But yeah, we've mostly cleared the path right now. The only thing in our way is these little rat bugs that are flying around for some reason. And again, I could go rest on a bench, but I've kind of done everything I need to do. So we can just run straight back to Madame Yarnaby. And there, as long as I haven't rested on any other benches, the majority of the enemies stay cleared out. No.
Benny Frank.
Madam, I've returned with the spines you've requested. Allow me to enter that you may remove this parasite from my shell. Aha, the spines! Specimen, you have them! Then it is time indeed! Bzzzt. To free you of your wriggling torment and show my genius clear. Infestation operation. Wish granted. Yes, yes! Bzzzt. Finally, a specimen worthy of my mighty extricator. My beautiful, unfairly maligned extricator. Come this way. Bzzzt. Give me a moment. I just found a tick on Sunday, so I need to go drown it. All right, so this is the nice thing that I love about having a Pomeranian is when she does get like ticks and stuff on her, they stick out like a sore thumb. Like they're always super easy to find. My dogs are on an anti-flea and tick medicine, so if a tick ever does bite her, they just die right away. I shouldn't say medicine, but preventable. Hi. Yeah, you got a ticky. Yeah, like I normally find them no matter what, because I brush my dogs a couple of times a day. Like usually about twice a day, I will brush my dogs. So at some point, I probably would have found it anyways. But the ticks for Sunday, they take forever to get through her fur. And then Sprinkles, I don't know if she just gets to them before me, but I almost never find any on Sprinkles. I'm assuming she gets to them before I ever find them. Did I get Sunday as a puppy? Yeah, I've had Sunday since she was a little wee lass.
Husband?
Madam, I shan't lie. That was an ordeal such as I have rarely suffered. And yet the parasite does seem to have been unbound somewhat. Whatever remnant still lingers in my shell feels calmed, enough for me to claim its power as my own.
Da, fenestra.
Perhaps this is a fortunate result after all. Of course. Great Yarnaby has healed you. Shout it through the caverns. Scream it from the great spinning towers. Just make sure they hear you in the so-called civilized settlement of this ignorant land. Half-wits, the lot of them. Such grand achievement wrought by Yarnaby. A bug healed full by my marvelous machine. A few weaklings expire and they all raise their claws. Is there no place for progress in their tiny minds? But hold, there's something more about you. I've sliced the shell of countless filthy pilgrims. All those plain, graying innards. Yours are something else entirely. It tickles my mind still. Bzz. What is it that your shell eludes, even my perfect, precise perception? Would you show me, specimen? Go on. Let the great Yarnaby peer at your deeper, darker secrets. I have no desire to see myself pried into further, healer. Your service has succeeded and taken its toll in pain. I hope only now that I never again need to seek your aid. Don't act the fool, specimen. Bzzzt. Share more of yourself that I may gain a greater understanding, learning what other hope is there to save our blighted, thankless world. I have declined, bug. Whatever you seek, you shall not find it either upon or within my shell. Hey, Bree, let's get your music going. The proper welcome. Thank you for the word. I cannot lie, you brother boys can't deny. When a girl walks in with an anybody wasting around thing in your face, oh, sorry, Sunday. Music ended. This poor dog. Sunday, you're such a good dog, though. You are. You're just so sweet. But Bree, welcome in. How you doing? I have declined, bug. Whatever you seek, you shall not find. It either upon or within my shell. Specimen, we must. There are countless secrets to uncover. Bzzzt. Progress cannot be denied. Bzzzt. Again, the world lashes out at me. But the pain, it means nothing to Yarnaby. Nothing can deter my great work. Not for long. I must not be stopped. If you refuse to share your secrets, then distract me no more, specimen. Bzzzt. There is still much work ahead for the great Yarnaby. Much thought, much learning. Though the ungrateful world shuns me, still, by my own claws shall it be saved. I love Yarnaby. She's such a great... She, to me, is a great, like the mad scientist trope, but done really well. Her theme song needs an extension. I think Twitch only lets me play so much of a music clip before it mutes my videos, or I'll get a copyright strike against me. So, unfortunately, we do have to play within the terms of service. All right, but we have the Witch Crest. Now, the Witch Crest is kind of like the Beast Crest in terms of it has a giant restriction to it. So the giant restriction to the Witch Crest is that it actually has no yellow slots. So just like the Beast Crest only having yellow and red, this crest only has blue and red slots, so no yellows at all. So if I required more utility, I have significantly less. However, upon trading out for that type of utility, we get more defensive utility. So what we get instead is we get the ability to have 3 blue items equipped for defensive measure. So normally what I would want, oh, I don't even have the other piece that I need. That's hilarious. Normally what I would want to have equipped is the injector band and the multi-binder. So the multi-binder again takes my healing from 3 to 4. And then the injector band lets me heal faster, or lets my heal go off in a quicker manner. And then I'm going to put this one on for now because I don't have the last actual piece that I want. For the Witch Crest, this is where I think like it really just depends on your play style and what you want to do. The Witch Crest, like the Beast Crest, has a extreme gimmick to its healing. So just like the Beast Crest, where we have to attack things in order for us to heal. Give me 1 second. I need to have enough to heal off of. I don't have enough silk to heal. The Witch Crest, instead of taking your attacks to heal you, it makes your heal into an attack to heal you. So what does this mean? Again, this is my favorite crest in the game. But we're going to get these 2 enemies because they're easier to manipulate. Of course. I interrupted myself by taking damage on the heal. Hold on. Hold on, we fucked up. We up fucked. Okay, so now that we can heal, now we come up to our enemy. I'm gonna just cheese this one. But so when we heal, now it turns our heal into an attack. Now I call this a point blank area of effect heal, or PB AoE. But for every thing that we damage with our attack, with our heal, we get healed for so many masks. So we get these vines that lash out from our body, and they do some very impressive damage. I would have to go to the wiki to look up exactly how much they do. From my basic understanding of not looking things up, it feels like each vine damage hits for 2 times my needle damage. So like if I swing 2 times, that's how much a single mask of recovery deals damage to my enemy. And with the injector band on, which lets me heal for faster, I can hit something 3 times very, very quickly. It's like within like 1.5 seconds, I can hit them 3 times. And in this example I'm giving, that's 3 times 2 attacks. So I'm basically doing 6 damage to my opponent in 1.5 seconds. But we're also playing with the multi-binder, which takes us from healing 3 masks to 4. So instead of me hitting for 6 hits of damage, I tend to hit more for 8 points of damage. Now, just like the Beast Crest, the Witch Crest must damage something in order to heal me. So it is not all powerful in those regards. It kind of has the limitation of I need to make sure that I hit something with the Witch Crest And then for some actually like really weird reason, the Witch Crest also has 2 offensive tools, which is quite nice for it, to be perfectly honest. But unfortunately, we're not playing with the Witch Crest right now. Again, if people donate for it, we'll switch over to it. And at that point, I'll also probably re-explain it. But yeah, we're back to the Beast Crest again. We're looking pretty freaking great at the moment. But that is 6 out of the 7 crests in the game. So we have nearly everything that we need. With like some kind of very minor nuances to that sentence. So we're going to go get a power up so that I never have to go to a certain area ever again. But yeah, the Witch Crest is a lot of fun. It was one of the hardest crests for me to learn. Beast Crest, I do think, is a bit harder, though. I think the Witch Crest having so many defensive options made it easier to learn because I was able to start off with the defensive options and then, like, slowly, one by one, you know, like, pull back on a defensive option so that I could play with the Witch Crest kind of to its full potential. But yeah. So we're going back to Weaver Nest Atla because there was this there's this one character in the game that we find out through lore. She was created to fight the end boss of the game. But because of the nature in which she was created, she's too weak to ever challenge the boss, right? Like she basically has to be kept in this containment field. But she's been giving us like powers throughout the game. So she's one of the things that gives us the Vesta Crest, which it allows us to equip basically any one yellow and any one blue charm. And then she does upgrade another mask. Oh, this game has really, really deep lore that we can talk about. Like, this is me barely scratching the surface. This is like hard nutshell. Like, hey, if you want to understand 5 seconds of this character, this is what's going on. But she does upgrade our base crest. So we start off the game with the Hunter Crest. The Hunter Crest, once she upgrades it, gets this power up that if we can strike an enemy 6 times without taking damage, we get a 25% damage boost. And now she's upgraded it a second time, and she's given us a 40% damage boost, but we have to get more hits out. I think it's like 10 hits or like maybe even 14 hits. And now here she has asked us, she says, I don't want to be trapped in this vessel, you know, like for eternity, right? Like I have outlived everyone and everything in this vessel, and no one knows that I'm down here. I can give you my power, bind my power to your, you know, with your body. So we say, you know, like in doing this, you'll cease to exist. And she's like, yeah, I'm down for that. This game has an amazing lore. Maybe, like, if I fail again, which is hopefully not the case, but if I fail again, maybe we'll do a more, like, lore run, and we can talk about, like, just the, like, all the characters, the NPCs and stuff, because the lore of this game is quite in-depth. It's why I love games like this, is... yes, I'm kind of like rerunning back through a whole bunch of areas, but the very first time that you're playing through this game and you're doing that, you're constantly having to learn the lore and having to learn about like some of these characters' interactions or why they interact. And like sometimes it's meaningless, right? Like this little bug here. Ooh, why is this bug in this area? Because he was born here, right? There's certain ones like that that are very boring and very basic. But equally on the opposite side of things, there are certain like complexities of, well, wait a second. I get why that last bug, the moss bug, was in Moss Home. But what about this lady? Why is she down here? Why is the chapel maid all the way down here? Hunter, I'm thinking it was you that cleared out my basement. On first arrival here, the nesting creatures didn't take kindly to my passing. Oh, they're cranky bugs, all right. And they made an awful mess down here with their hatching and breeding. You've my many thanks for seeing them off. May your travels bring you fortune, Hunter, and may the Citadel come to fear your freedom in our land. But she's actually the very, very first character that we talk to. She kind of saves us. I say kind of because like we end up fainting from like falling down an enormous eternity. And after we beat the very first boss in the game, she basically just keeps whacking us with a stick until we wake back up again. But so in essence, she healed us. Okay, we have some things to do in the Citadel of this game. So the Citadel, the overly easy way to explain the Citadel, it is the upper caste of this game, like the government of this game, but there's a huge nuance to it. So we are aware that there is something that is kind of controlling this world through Silk. And because this whole world is being controlled by Silk, the upper caste that we are up here in, so we're up here in the Citadel, when we first arrived here, everybody's dead. So it's not like, oh, the upper caste even still exists. It's they used to exist. And now they're all dead. So the pilgrims, which is where we start off the game. When we start off the game, it's a little bit more complicated than this, but the very first town we get to, we meet a bunch of people who are like, oh, we're trying to climb up to the Citadel because in the Citadel, life is better. Everything's great up there. We'll be pampered and taken care of. And, you know, we can serve the great creator of this land better. However, as everybody tries to pilgrimage up to the Citadel, everybody ends up going mad or gets possessed by this silk sickness. So they start attacking other pilgrims in this madness. And it's obviously not until we get to the Citadel that we see like, oh, everybody up here, they're closer to the epicenter of the problem. So like up here is kind of the worst. Everybody's already dead. This area that I'm at, called the First Shrine, we have made, or this is called Songclave, pardon me. We have made this area safe. So these pins in the background, we went out and killed a bunch of the dead soldiers to take their weapons off of them. These white cloaks over here, which are kind of like a symbol of protection, I guess might be the best way to explain it. We went out and killed a whole bunch of the undead soldiers and took their cloaks and brought them back here. So we've been slowly building this up as a base of like resistance. And then there's this guy who, he's the caretaker and he's been talking a lot with us. The more we talk to him, the more we realize that he's a lot smarter than the average bug. He doesn't seem clueless. He seems to know everything that's going on, but he's also not really willing to do anything about it. He's kind of like, yeah, this is just kind of the way things are, and everything's terrible. And, you know, if you go and start helping people, well, then everybody's going to want our help, and I don't want to do that. But I'm here, and of course, you decided to start helping people around my hiding spot. I get why it's Silksong, the silk makes them mad. So yes, and then the other half of this game about that silk, we have gained the ability to play music using our silk. So the main character here, this is going to be an extremely weird sentence. Please understand that this is like the mythos of the game. So the main character that we play as, her name is Hornet. She is actually part weaver. Now, weavers in this game are kind of more spider-esque, so able to control silk, and part worm. Now, worms in this game are these gigantic, massive, mythical beings. They are known as a higher being. So, like, yes, they're a bug, but they're not like these little bugs right here that are clinging to the walls and eating junk off the walls to survive. And it's not like this big boy where it's just like, oh, he's a big, massive bug who's survived for a long time. No, the worms are these gigantic, great beings that are like unfathomable, and able to shape and craft the world in whatever means they see fit. So in the first game that Bree is playing, we get to meet Hornet's mother, but Hornet's mother made the trade. In order for me to have Hornet as a child, in order for me to have a child, I'm willing to have this child, but I will sacrifice my life to be a magical seal to trap in a great evil. Hold on, we got a bunch of flying enemies I need to kill from this vendor friend of ours. Darn it. Woo! We are actually quite low on HP. I should not be doing this. But they're flying enemies. And the Beast Crest, in my opinion, is actually really good at dealing with flying enemies. I just played it terribly. Tough decision for Hornet's mother. Yeah, so like it's one of those things I don't want to talk too much about the first game with Bree playing it, because I think it'll be more interesting to learn the first game's lore. And this second game only vaguely references the first game. So, like, if you've never played the first game, you could play this game and make sense of a lot of things going on. But if you've played the first game, there's some really cool tidbits of lore that make reference to the first game and kind of fill in gaps from the first game. But again, like, if you never played the first game, you would just be like, oh, okay, so, like, I guess that's her mom. Oh, I guess that's maybe her mom, or maybe that's a different mom. You know, those kinds of things. Again, we're talking about 40 hours of lore in a very small window. We're talking about them in a quite the vacuum. Oh yeah, I need to release the Sentinel. Where's the third? Where's the third piece of heart? Did I already get it? So if I have this one, it's either Citadel or maybe by Trobia. Probably by Trobia. Nope, that's gonna hit me. Okay. Problem solved. All right, so right now we're in the memoriam of this game. So the memoriam was the Citadel before everybody died here. right? Like when they're like, the game kind of gives the impression that they made this a world and a caste system, and over time it got corrupted by the big bad enemy of the game. And again, I can go into the lore of it, but it's hard to go into quickly. So, at one point in this caste system, they decided that they wanted to save they made a zoo, basically, right? So that's what the memoriam is. And it's meant to acknowledge all the other areas in Farloom, which is the name of this area. So in the first game, it's called Hollow Nest. In this game, it's Farloom. So we're like in a far distant land, if that makes any type of sense. So yeah, we're in. That's so much damage. That's so ridiculous. I love it. So yeah, we're in Farloom, and in Farloom, there is many other countries. So the whole thing is Farloom, but like we have areas like the Citadel, the Underworks, the Slab, which is prison, the Putrefied Ducks, then below it is Bilewater. I just don't have the map for it. Areas like Hunter's March, which is where the red ants come from, Farfields, Deep Docks, the Marrow, Bone Bottom, Wormways, Weaven Nest Atla, and then like Moss Grotto. So like all the areas all collectively make up Farloom. So here we find this sign that says containment fails, memory lost, excise outer, maintain itter, Shellwood stasis sustained, remember. So there's an area in the game called Shellwood, and there's a piece of this memoriam that we're in that gives you the callback to when we played through Shellwood. And there's a couple of creatures from Shellwood that are trapped in this memoriam, like a zoo. Marrowland stasis critical, remember. So the Marrowlands is one of the very first areas of the game, and it's a lot more like bone-related creatures. And once again, we have a lot of those bone creatures saved in this memoriam area. Again, very much like a zoo. Now, here's the last one. Verdanian environment exceeded. Destined to forget. So that is an area that I do not have the map to. So we hear about this place called Verdanian, or like, you know, like the adjective Verdanian. But we admittedly don't like know what that is, and we haven't heard of it, and no character has talked about it. Crap. I healed in an unsafe spot, and that dude just ran his face into me. And it hurt. It hurt my feelings. Alright, we're gonna unlock the shortcut in case I'm about to do 2 mini fights back to back. And the bench is low and not like in a bad place, but it's just low. So we're going to open up the fast travel to this area. So we only have one last fast travel to open. Ow. 3 health should be fine. So here, again, we're in the memoriam, and we can see that they've taxidermied a bunch of enemies throughout the game. So this worm creature is in the Wormways. This Stitcher is in Greymoor. This Pilgrim is from Shellwood, is kind of the easiest place to recognize it from. This green dude is from Bilewater, and we haven't encountered one of those things yet. Here we have a red ant monster. In the foreground, we can see like it looks like brains or rocks floating. In the background again, we have another Stitcher from Greymoor, and then we have 3 more pilgrims taxidermied. Here we get Materium. Now, Materium is this item in the game that helps us keep track of the materials we have found in the game. So all of the item descriptions that we've ever encountered, we now can record those back at our home in Bellheart, which again is another area in Farloom that I haven't gotten the map for yet. Dog cam, dog cam. Bye, Sunday. Back to my handsome mug. Okay, so we get the Materium. Oh, interesting. Their bolus can hurt each other?
Yeah, well, you're looking all sorts of good.
Thanks, Kaluna. Appreciate it. Interesting. So, Kaluna, did that play a soundbite for you on your side? Because, number one, I actually need to change that because I think it's dumb. But then, number two, if that sound alert works, that means I need to change the lurk one to go through sound alerts instead of through mix it up. Okay, I'll have to look into that later. But yeah, overall, Hornet is considered part spider in terms of lore of the game. So a lot of people will call her like a spider or like spider-like in some means, even though she doesn't really look it. Again, she's like part spider and part mythical deity called Worms. And if I showed you a picture of what the Worm King looks like in the first game, Hornet's shape makes more sense. However, in the memoriam here, we can see in the background there's a whole bunch of cages here, and everything has already been dead, but there's a whole bunch of birds and stuff in these cages, except for this cage. Wow, he was not supposed to hit me there. Why are you hitting me? So we've been rescuing fleas this entire game. Oh, I love them. But that's a giant flea that we had to rescue. And when you go to rescue him, he's all grumpy that he got woken up from his nap, so he attacks you. Alright, so we're going to go through the last area of the memoriam now. We've gotten everything that I need to get from the memoriam. Except for a single... There's one last very small thing I need to get. But we come through this area, and everything's already broken. So here we can see the glass on the outside is broken long before we got here. And the guards for the area are dead right outside the broken glass. As we come in, everything in here is very green and luscious, right? Very like, you know, tons of plant life. So it's like, oh, what was in here? But the only bugs that we can see, they're all dead already. And then as we come in here to explore, we have like lily pads to jump on. But again, nothing in here. So we're going to keep going and exploring. And we ran into a room just full of spikes. Kind of a weird little tiny room of nothingness. And then the further we go in, we can see that the glass is broken. So it's like this area could not be contained. Something happened, and like these green spikes that hurt us just seem like they're outgrowing the cage and slowly breaking out from it, in lack of better terms. And then we find these giant moss bugs. And they're little baby moss bugs, because we've been experiencing them the whole game. But we don't really think, like, those giant moss bugs, they weren't really, like, fierce on their own. So it kind of doesn't make sense what happened up there in the memoriam, or why that specific area, like, broke. If that makes any sense. Okay, expected a dude. Oliver Pink. Howdy, howdy. Give me 1 second to kill a dude. Hi, man. My headphones are broke, so you can you reply to me? What? Oliver, no, that's not how streaming works, sir. This seems like the most bot thing I've ever seen. But Oliver, thank you for the follow. You did help me reach 420, so I appreciate it. Don't fall for it? I mean, you know what's funny? I was thinking of making a, like, either like a donation or a like a channel bit thing, right? Like a channel point thing. That's basically like, hey, Sprinklebeard, make a dumb decision. So it would be like either like I have to heal immediately on the spot, or I have to like go fight the nearest enemy, right? Like make it like be like Bloodthirst or something, where I just have to go fight something or do something. Do something really stupid in whatever game I'm playing. And I think it would be like a hilarious way that if somebody wants to troll me, that they can. All right, we are near one of the pieces of heart that I can get. Kind of. Apparently I went to the wrong room. And I need to go unlock this dude. I need to farm rosaries at some point as well. Ooh, I actually need to farm a crap ton of rosaries. So we'll relax in the spa for a little bit. Oh, Oliver Pink. I have to say, this is by far, Oliver Pink seems like the funniest type of bot I've ever seen. Like, the chance of that being a real person, right? Let's say it's like 5%, right? Like, so like it's possible. But it also makes me think that it's got to be somebody who's like an extremely, like, either young person or just somebody who doesn't understand how streaming works. Oh, Sprinklebeard, look at me. But I feel bad too, right? Because I'm sure that there's like somebody, because like I have low viewer count. Like I'm aware of my position on Twitch. Okay, so I already got this piece of heart. So then Trobia must have the last one. Ooh, slap percent. Well, see what happens to nasty little bully bugs when they come after poor old Grindel? That's a well-deserved end, we reckon. We heard this old citadel was a nice place to Nice and quiet and bursting with goodies. So what happened, eh? Why is it crawling with bullies and busybodies? The creatures that haunt this place are stirring, little thief. The Citadel's cast now roam the halls. You would do well to leave soon if you mean to survive. What? You being mirthful? We're staying here and we're until we're done pilfering. You should be the one leaving if you're so afeared. Oh, you've been creeping around these dusty old places for a while then, eh? You must be carrying lots of goodies with you. Let a poor old snitchfly have a quick look, eh? Ow, what a rotten turn. Keep your nasty junk to yourself then. Bots don't care about your numbers. They just want you as a number. Yeah, and that's why I'm not talking to it or engaging with it. Because like, even if let's say this is an actual person, right? I would say, again, there's a very small chance, but it could be that it is a person that's just like, hey, I want to talk to you about the game. But they're kind of going about it all the worst way, right? Like, the first thing that you do when you come into a streamer's room and you're just like, hey, my headphones are broken, then don't use your But what? Like the very first sentence you say doesn't make sense. We're gonna go duel with Trobio first. But crap. But I was expecting to run into a green prince somewhere, and I did not. Is he in that first arena? Interesting. Why did that just flat out kill him? Also, a lot of streamers don't talk to their chat. So again, I'm going to be a little bit of devil's advocate. I am not trying to just disagree with you, Kaluna. I understand that a lot of my responses are disagreeing with you. I'm sorry, give me 1 second. We have Grey Prince dialogue. I'd hoped never to step these hateful halls, yet here I stand, as all those hapless bugs before. You've journeyed far from your damp cell talk, bug. If you would oppose the minions of the Citadel, you have my respect. Humph. Then we share a rare stance, warrior. Few others seem possessed of their will enough to resist. So many weak minds, drawn up and strung, in love with the great golden leech atop their lands. Farewell, Tallbug, until we cross again. Or until death calmly claims us both. I love that prince. He's such an interesting, like, kind of badass character. He's not like fully badass, or at least from my perspective. I don't think he's fully badass, but he's this interesting, like, rebellious prince in this game. You don't have to agree with me. No, so Kaluna, I do agree with you. I just want to say, like, on the opposite side of things, like, right, like if I'm giving this Oliver the benefit of the doubt, is that, like you mentioned, like a lot of streamers don't talk to their viewers. It's one of the reasons that I have that sound alert play whenever somebody talks to me in chat, is there are times where, like yesterday, I started my stream and nobody showed up for the first like hour and a half. That's very normal when you're a smaller streamer. And some of it, I would say, is like, yes, I'm maybe not advertising properly that people like know and want to come in when I'm streaming. But I used to do that. I used to be like really hard on like, hey everybody, I'm going live in 15 minutes. And like, I felt like an ad and not a person, not a streamer. And my big thing is, like, I have Twitch, right? I watch other people. If I want to watch them, I either follow them or I turn on their notifications, or if I want to watch them, I'm on the Twitch website, right? Like I'll already be on it. Oliver dude's being kind of weird right now. Oliver, I don't know if you can actually hear me, but if you can hear me, I'm from Pennsylvania. I didn't get notified when you went live last night. Interesting. So you're actually now the second person to tell me that you're not being notified when I go live. So does that mean I have a go live notification? How to use go live notifications. Hold on, let's have music going while I'm reading. Edit stream info. We've given you 140 characters to play around with. Go live notifications are reviewed by Automod and won't send if you enter anything you wouldn't say to grandma. What happens if I don't enter anything into the go live notifications? You don't enter anything into the go live notification field. We'll send out a standard live notifications to your viewers. You are free to add or remove a custom notification at any time. Why won't it let me use my custom message? If you are unable to use a custom message, it is likely that the message being over 140 character limit, no, that's not the case, or your message was flagged by the auto mod. Okay, so maybe it's my going live notification. What do we want to say for when we go live? All right, so my going live notification did have my Twitch attached to it, but like obviously that almost doesn't make sense because if I'm going live, you know, logically it's going to have the link to me in there. So I'm assuming that's actually what flagged it. I'm actually really happy that you and Bree both told me that you're not getting that notification. Oh, I get how this bot works. He is an AI replying to your chat. Why? Man, why is this? My third-party thing that I really like. By at your name, kind of a smart trick. Yeah, I 100% think that Oliver Pink, again, it is a bot. Like, there's just kind of no way around it at this point. And the fact that they keep tagging me the streamer, right? Now, I was saying a little bit about this earlier. I do think that there's a lot of streamers that you get conditioned that if there's nobody for you to talk to in chat, you stop looking at chat. And part of that too comes from, let's say I'm playing this game and every time I look at chat, I don't see any viewership, right? 0 viewers, 0 chats, 0 talking. Well, now I don't really know what to say. Right? Or it can kind of affect your mood in a negative way and like depress you. So it's one of those things where I get when people are like streaming for so long and they don't notice people. I usually give people about 20 minutes to notice me. And I say 20 minutes because again, I think if you have the bad habit of like when you're streaming, not looking at your chat, it happens, right? But after like 3 or 4 messages, eventually one of those messages should catch the streamer's eye. Or at that point, if the streamer really is not looking at their chat, that's not the type of streamer I genuinely want to watch. At that point, I 100% would rather watch somebody who engages with chat. but that's what I like as a streamer. And don't get me wrong too, there's speedrunners I watch who don't engage with their chat at all. Like they're like not at all. That was hyperbolic. They will interact with their chat at the end of a session. So they'll do a speed run, and then like if they fail or they complete the speed run, then they will interact with their chat. But yeah, I'm somebody where Twitch is not YouTube. I think YouTube is really good for just posting content if you don't plan to talk or engage with your chat. I don't understand the people who are like, I'm going to stream and play a video game and not talk to chat. It's hard to speedrun and talk. I fully agree with you. I actually watch a lot of speedrunners who do it, and it's just a skill set. There's always times in gaming where you can pause. Like right now, I can just stand here talking, or, oh, I'm walking through the room. I can glance over at chat. Oh, I killed all the enemies in this hallway. So right now I can look at chat, and my peripheral vision is looking at what's on the screen. And because I know this room so well, I know to jump over this hole while reading what Kaluna is saying in chat. But yeah, I'm somebody where I do want to give people the benefit of the doubt a lot of the time, because I have been a streamer where like I've been gaming, and before I set up a sound that every time one of you guys says something, a little sound goes off so that I know to glance over at chat. I also really like it because as a smaller streamer, there's times where if chat dies down, if you guys aren't being all sorts of crazy, I can just focus on the game. Or if I'm not hearing that sound go off, I know that I need to fill in that void, that people are being less entertained at this point. I also really dislike when streamers don't read the chat. Like, I get if you have the chat posted in your video. So if, like, let's say at the bottom of the screen, I had like chat scrolling up as you guys said stuff. But I hate when people like look at chat and they're just like, yeah, Kaluna, I agree. What did Kaluna say? Right? Like, or if I'm like washing dishes and I'm not right at my computer's close enough to my kitchen that I can hear what's going on. It's one of those things like, I want to know what Kaluna said. Why can't you just say, yes, Kaluna, I agree. It is hard to speedrun and talk to chat at the same time. So, it is done. My wish granted before I ever even arrived. The bronze pair that danced in this chamber. It is clear, Tallbug, how closely they mimicked your shell. Was it you who provided their inspiration? Not I, warrior. For this place, my heart holds only loathing. The dancers. They were the last free act of my partner. Always hopeful. Always naive. His whole he gave in desperate trade to see our own caves left safe. His shell and soul became the mold. So long I dared not visit, even as our lands fell to thread and ruin. Instead I wasted, a coward caged, too weak to witness his grace, bound in parody so cruel. Take some solace, Tallbug. His soul is now free from that shell of iron, and the fate that befell your lands, this citadel too has been claimed full by it. Aye, slim consolation, warrior. Now that everything I loved is lost. My wish is granted, and now everything I loved is lost. So, the story of the Grey Prince there, he talks about how his partner, so he's a gay bug, but he talks about how his partner gave up his soul and body to the Citadel, and the Citadel kind of made he calls it a parody, but they made a robotic version of him, and they're called the Cogwork Dancers, and it's usually like everybody's favorite fight in the game, and I do think it's a really well designed fight. For me, it's up there. It's definitely in my top 5. I don't think it's my favorite, or I don't think it's like the best fight in the game. All right, we have a lot of crap we need to buy. So first, we're going to start off with some of the cheaper items, because some of these items we actually turn in other places for money. So ironically enough, it's kind of hilarious that we're buying some of these things literally just to like spend. We're getting the money right back very soon. But here we get our magic meter up even further, so this is wonderful for either casting spells or being in a better position to cast spells. I need to go do Trobio. I've put it off long enough. We're gonna go do, I don't know if Trobio is my favorite or like, I don't know, Trobio might be like, Trobio is my favorite in terms of it is such a crazy and chaotic fight, and even though people know what the fight is and what he does, it's still not easy for them to speedrun, and a lot of runs actually like get like fucked up by Trobio. So we're going to not the most random boss, but one of the hardest bosses per se in the game, because he's just so weird and chaotic. But from a lore side of things, he's amazing. Just take the shortcut, I think. Oh. Aha, the third heart piece. 1274. So we are grabbing cogwork heart pieces. So 75645. Hold on, I need to play memory. 273 561. 273 5. Darn it. It's 273 561, right? 561. All right, so we were getting the cogwork heart pieces. So in the lore of this game, cogwork is clearly like, you know, like machines and, you know, mecha kind of things. So they are mostly, we're going to say evil because the Citadel is evil, and the cogwork are machines that have like continued on assisting the process of helping out the bad guys, in lack of any type of better description. However, this cogwork heart is for a guardian of the Citadel. Wait a second, that's Trobio. What's down here? Oh, that's how I come back up. Okay. So we're collecting pieces of a heart that are for a guardian, and we're grabbing the red quill here. We could buy this quill from somebody else, but you can get it for free, and it's just kind of a swag thing. It's just to show that I'm a very good player at this game. And here we find a scroll that says, "Oh, great land whose flame doth falter, whose choir, conductors, all doth fail. Observe, take heart, that spark still burning, yon butterfly of crimson grace. All bells shall peal and voices raise when brave Trobio steps at last upon the stage." So, Trobio, he is somebody who understands that the kingdom needs entertainment. Great bugs, you who weep as your kingdom fades, join me upon the stage. Together we shall inflame the passion of Farloom. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you O drab and trembling squib, you who timidly step upon the great stage, fate has seen you chosen. Cast away your fear and join me as my partner. Farloom's flame may flicker, but together we shall spark it ablaze. Let us enliven this citadel lost to silence. Let us rouse the soul of this once great land. So Trobio is just this cool, like, theater dude who says that despite the whole world going to hell in a handbasket, all I want to do is dance. All I want to do is perform. Darn it. Keep healing as he falls down on my head. Darn it. How did that hit me? So he has fireworks. He has all these balls that keep attacking. Oh, I hit him out of his tornado. I was so confused. And we get the claw mirror. So we defeated Trobio. If everyone's mad, I dance too. What's actually really interesting, I actually don't know how mad he is. I actually really wish I had read your comment before that fight. So when we play our musical instrument, if a bug sings, we get to like see their inner thoughts. From what we can tell as a community, he's not being controlled by the big bad enemy of this game. Like he doesn't have this silk madness, the silk sickness that everybody else has. But yeah, we defeated Trobio, so there he lays. Now, this is a hilarious thing about the game, right? I walked out of his room, but if I walk back in, he goes back down. I wonder if it's just if my back is turned. All right, this is a long elevator ride, so I'm going to do the speedrunning tech for it instead. All right, this would take us to the architect, and I do have one last item to get. So let's make sure we don't die to stupid easy bugs. Sunday, are you coming back up now that the Trobio fight is done? I like the Trobio fights, Dad. I like Trobio fights. I really need to figure out my lighting situation. I hate that I'm like when I look over at my camera, I keep seeing my forehead and stuff glisten. And then like when Sunday gets in front of the light, it makes her shine too much. I think what it is, I just think I need a barrier like right here at the lower light where it's hitting me. but I can't think of what I need to like put there. Like, I don't know if I need to get like colored paper or something, or like transparent paper to like block it and then just like tape it over my light source.
Da, fenestra.
All right, we bought the last of the 12th Architect's stuff.
Caspin?
And so here she tells us that, well, since you bought the last of my belongings, I actually don't have much left for this world. I'm probably not going to live much longer. Something at my eye level. Yeah, so like my camera is up here. Like you guys are about like 6 inches above where I sit. That's where I have you guys at. But so my light source is over here to the right. It's not directly behind the camera. It's close, but not directly behind it. But for lighting the green screen that's behind me, because I like this, how my arm gets chopped off. I like that you guys can see the game behind me. And I don't mind being on camera. I have mixed feelings about it. So I don't mind being on camera. I think I am handsome. However, my viewership has not gone up at all from me being on camera ever. Even when I do like a no camera stream, I get about the same viewership. So I'm somebody where the camera doesn't really benefit me all that much. And like I've talked to people, like Bree and I were talking about this, right? Since she's a streamer, about how it's much easier to watch a streamer who has a camera. Yeah, like I prefer a camera any day. Yeah, like it's more enjoyable. It feels better to watch, or it's easier to watch and engage. But I would also argue, like, you know, you come in here frequently enough. I feel like if I went like a month where I did not have my camera on, I think you would still show up. Like, I'm just gonna say it, right? Like, you would still come in and hang. Ow, sir, you weren't supposed to hurt me. Okay, I went backwards through this room. I normally just go running straight through this room, and now I see why. We are friends, though. Yes, but like, my point is for streaming specifically, I do prefer cameras on as well. But I do watch a bunch of streamers that don't have cameras. Like, they're entertaining enough, or like their gameplay is solid enough that I don't care. Right? Like the interactions I have with the streamer, they don't change because they're on camera or not. You know, they're still paying attention to chat. They're still playing the game in a way that's fun or interesting to watch. And they are engaging with chat. So, you know, in those regards, I don't think that the camera is always necessary. And like, same thing too. I can put Sunday on cam. Nobody complains about that, right? Like, if I'm not on camera, it's just Sunday being cute on cam. Nobody's going to be like, oh, I'm not going to this stream because there's a dog on the camera. So I will say, I do think it's easier to watch a stream that has a camera. I don't follow a lot of VTubers. I don't mind some VTubers, but they have to be like really good. I've seen a lot of like lazy VTubers that just don't tickle my fancy at all. So in this game, right, it's called Silksong. Here in the background, we can see silk hitting this body, and it's kind of glistening silk. This is a hint in the game that I can play my music to hear the Song of the Dead. So here we get this white ghost. Remember silence. Remember peace. This ceaseless sound, no more. So we get a little bit of lore to the game. Now, where I'm at, I'm inside of an organ right now. However, we killed the organ player very early in the game. So now we can get through this area super fast and super easy. Otherwise, there's these giant steam columns that like are going through and that you have to avoid, and they will do a crap ton of damage to you. But since I killed the organ player, the organ's therefore not playing. And here, a rusted statue of a pilgrim. But if we play our music, statue comes to life. Ark, pilgrim, you climb our internal embrace, who stand the threshold, our stark citadel of stone. No, true service may now commence. Forget your weary shell, forego urge to still our loom commands, give greatest gift. Join our court, raise, shell, voice, and sing. Pilgrim, cast aside those many sinful hopes for rest. Ward, remain pure within our mists for nothing. See Citadel's simple stone, bare and adorned. See in our garb how sparse a meal. Know that excess is sin. Stay vigil is for the wretched pilgrims. Dare relent. Their baste is left unpunished. Then our pure chorus, ere seductive sin, pred like flame. So here we get a robot of some sort. Now, the lore that I'm currently seeing about the game, because I missed this on my many playthroughs of the game, I did not even know this existed until watching a video of like things you probably missed in the game. And I want to stress, I 100%ed the game. I played like 79 hours of this on my first playthrough and felt like I had explored everything. I missed this statue and like an entire NPC character. But the current belief system of the game is this used to be one of the main statues of the game that would welcome pilgrims into the Citadel. But now we can see that it's like kind of tossed away and locked into storage. So it's believed that a different faction of bugs in the Citadel took over that role and decided, no, we are the upper class and the other classes are going to work for us. And went and took that into, and, you know, hid it in storage. So either there was 3 main bodies, and I'll show the area that leads us as a community to believe that there's either 3, or if that pilgrim was involved, there was actually 4 bodies at one point. However, at the moment, after the world is destroyed, there's only 3 bodies, and I'm going to collect 3 melodies that lets me go fight the big bad at the end of the game. But as you can see, there's this giant like centipede like dude in the background, but he's dead. And all around him are scrolls, by the way. So he's like a record keeper. Divine silk, we sang your chains. Damned bugs. We prayed a cage. So, this bug is aware of what is happening. This record keeper understands that the whole the whole reason that all the pilgrims are singing and praying is actually what keeps all of these bugs imprisoned in this recurring cycle that happens. So the overarching lore of this game, the big bad boss of this game is called Grandmother Silk. So Grandmother Silk is a higher being made purely of silk. She, kind of like a spider, sends out this giant web that she infected bugs with to control them, and upon controlling them, needed more bugs to bring her more silk so that she could kind of like keep replenishing herself, right? So she's giving up 1% of her silk, but then for every like victim she claims, she's getting back 5%. So it's very worthwhile for her to infect all these bugs. She made a class of bugs called the Weavers. So Hornet, being part Weaver, is part of the Weavers. But Grandmother Silk made these Weavers to take care of her. So like, you Weavers, you spiders, bring me all this silk, help maintain my web, and keep bringing me this power. Well, the Weavers ended up not liking this eternal cycle of servitude, so they revolted. They revolted in a bunch of different ways. Some fled the land, never to return. So that's what happened with Hera the Beast, and she eventually gives birth to Hornet, and then, you know, lo and behold, Hornet comes back to the birthland. But a bunch of the other Weavers stayed and tried to make a fight against Grandmother Silk. They learned that through music, they could create a lullaby to lull Grandmother Silk back to sleep. The Weavers, understanding that they don't want to be in this perpetual loop of playing this song eternally, eventually made a whole religion, and they are the makers of the Citadel. They then made a hierarchy of bugs to come and bring silk and keep singing to eternally keep Grandmother Silk suppressed and lulled to slumber. This record keeper is one of the few that fully understands what actually happened. And he somehow died. We don't really know. We can just see him here in this record keeping. Like, we're right now in like the libraries of the game. But we can see that he's dead in here. And he's surrounded by scrolls. So he was probably just, you know, frantically searching through all the knowledge of this game. But the other ones, so like these guys out here, this guy's a preacher of sorts, but he's clearly mad. And then these guys are like the lamplighters for this area, but they will attack anybody who is not supposed to be in the record-keeping rooms. And then there's the little flying dudes that I've released throughout the area. We'll encounter one here in a second. These guys, these are like the babies. They're just starting to understand, like, oh, this is my duty to like read the scrolls and maintain this area. But right now we're in like not the sciencey area of the game. There's kind of a different area for that, but we're in the record keeping area of the game. So this is the area that's like, we have all the knowledge. We know what's going on. We know everything going on behind the scenes. And to me, it's really interesting because I haven't heard any person in the game talk about this. Like nobody in game talks about this, but like the people of the Hollow Knight community. So people who talk about like the lore and stuff. But Trobio is just on the outskirts of this library. He helps guard the libraries themselves. Now, with that being said, I think he is understanding, or he has a higher intellectual, like, he knows what's going on, is what I'm alluding to. But he still decides to do his theater act because it's what he loves. It's what his passion is. And I think that makes him one of the weirdest and most twisted characters in the game, right? Because like his boss fight is within the archives. Like he's not outside the archives. He is part of these archives. He has access to all these scrolls and things. He's in this area. But yes, he's kind of at the edge. He's also what separates. I can't show this. Wait, maybe I can? Yes, I can. Crap, I don't have things to show it off, but right now we're in the orange section. It's called the Whispering Vaults. And we're very close to where that spiky head is, that silver head in the orange section is. Trobio's section is over here at the stage. And the reason that I kind of mention it in this like glamorous way, he is at one of the sections of this game where to go from the Coral Chambers, so the main area of the Citadel, to go into the archives, and there's a bunch of different ways to get into the archives, but one of the ways to get in here, you have to go through Trobio. He is a guard. Some of the other areas, again, have guards that stop you from going into the archives. So the very, very top orange section, so like there's the green area that says Songclave, to the left and below it, there's a top section. That is actually like a very long hallway that leads you there. But there is an enemy that's like a preacher that is preaching to a whole crowd of bugs. So he kind of can like, brainwash them or just not allow them in. The section below that, so the middle section, so it's the section above the stage, but below that area I was just talking about, this area is a one-way exit. There's a trap door that you have to unlock. So it's not like bugs could come in from the left to the right. You can only escape the archives that way. And then up by Songclave, we had to break that area to go directly from Songclave down below. So the only ways to get into the archives, it's mostly controlled by Trobio, and then this wheel that we see in the green section, you can only access it from the cogwork chambers, and the whole cogwork chambers are just constantly trying to kill you. That they're designed for machine bugs, not real bugs. She carries a precious cylinder. She must give it to Claw. Pass it, and the Vault Keeper shall grant their wisdom. Just a small taste, a trickle, a glimmer of our Citadel's sacred understandings. So we're not going to give them yet. And the reason why is because there's one more that I can go get in this room. There is another one somewhere. I think I know where it is. There's a total of 6 cylinders. And I think this is my 4th cylinder.
Cadestre.
Vault Keeper, I recovered a psalm cylinder in the dark chambers below here. I believe it contains the melody unique to these vaults. I would have you play it for me now. Correct. She has visited the pontiff's depths and stolen the sacred song. Where is your respect, Weaver Spawn? Our venerable dead deserve better than to have their chambers transgressed by your filthy forge.
That's fine.
In this moment, Vault Keeper, I have slim patience for your impudence. Either prepare the cylinder and stay silent, or ready yourself to learn regret. So we just threatened that we would kill him if he doesn't play the music for us. But every time we give him a cylinder, he pays us for the cylinder. The Weaver Spawn, she has found it. Our pontiff's sacred cylinder, stolen from the dark below. Never, states our law, never must our melody pass to a bug, not keeper. But you, fool Weaver, would shatter those tenets with reckless ease. Your pontiff is gone, Vault Keeper. Your fellows have fallen to husk or thread. What laws once bound these vaults died with them. Ah, fine, cursed she. Playing the sacred song and pain to you if we both are damned forever for it. We got the Vault Keeper's Melody. So the pilgrims, as they approach the Citadel, there is a last judge. We have defeated her. But there is a last judge that judges whether or not bugs can enter the Citadel or not. Now, we find out in this game that the whole pilgrimage, again, is this false lie. The Weavers have set up this hierarchy of bugs, partial from their own doing, like the Weavers are the cause of it, but they're not the real enemy. It's kind of like Grandmother Silk, the main enemy, has infected us and instruct us to do this for her. The problem is, this is an ongoing cycle. Like, as new bugs give birth to new bugs, it becomes countless power sources for Grandmother Silk. So the Weavers, to stop this, they now have taught the whole world a religion that will keep Grandmother Silk in slumber. So without Grandmother Silk in slumber, the Weavers are the top of the food chain. But the Weavers are not like, we want to rule and dominate everyone. No, they are just kind of like the highest beings that everybody else is aware of, right? So like modern day, they are all the church, like the highest person in the church, like the fucking Pope. They're the popes, but they also don't want to be the popes. They're kind of like, well, yes, you guys need to do the religion, you need to sing, but we're not going to tell you why. But yes, we need you to keep... Sprinkos! Hi, baby girl. Hi, sweetheart. Did you wake up from your nap? Oh, hi, sweetie. But so the Weavers, understanding that these bugs are all drawn to Grandmother Silk to give their silk to her, they made up this system where this can kind of keep going on and on over and over again. And then they left. So when they left is when the world started falling apart. And specifically, Grandmother Silk, who is in slumber. This is where I don't fully understand the lore. She either kind of breaks out from the slumber and now is just like constantly calling bugs into her web to like regain her full power and her full strength. But as we've seen throughout like the whole area of Farloom, everything's just kind of gone to shit. Like nobody is doing well at all. This guy is kind of like the one person who's doing pretty well for himself, but pretty much all the rest of Farloom fucking sucks. There's one other area called Bellheart. They're a very small area that's starting to kind of thrive, but there's like 4 people who live there, so it's not like doing great either. But pretty much everywhere else we've gone, everywhere else has the silk sickness. Like everybody's gone mad. Everybody's just attacking everything. So it's not a way to live. So all these bugs are bringing their silk to the Citadel. Once they reach the Citadel, they are tricked. So I didn't get to show this off, but when we enter from the Grand Gate, that's where we killed the last judge. There was an elevator that we could have taken. Logically, elevators take you up. However, elevators also take you down. So the elevator is fucking fake. The elevator will take people down into the underworks. So in the underworks, they're forced to clean and toil and like basically just keep machines operating for the good of the Citadel. But down here in the Underworks, it's dirty, it's filthy, it's, gross, disgusting. It's all like the worst of the worst. It's like all the refuse of the game is down here in the Underworks. And as we can see as well, the Underworks stretches really far. It goes underneath the Grand Gate. It goes underneath the entire Citadel and underneath the Whispering Vaults. Like it is under everything. So it's this very massive but terrible area. And all the bugs that are down there in the Underworks, with the exception of one, they all are just under the impression, if I work really hard, eventually somebody up in the Citadel will notice me, and like they'll bring me up into their higher caste, their higher being. Up in the Citadel, we do see things like they do have a spa. They do have a gourmet area for like cooking and whatnot. They have things like a theater and a library. And they have areas to like worship in and, just like wander the halls. And it's the whole Citadel itself is very, very beautiful to be a part of. There's even like a memoriam, right? There's this zoo that I've been talking about. That's what the memoriam is. However, in the very center is the cogwork section. So this is what keeps everything constantly moving and going on in the game. The pilgrims, if they were to reach the Citadel, right? They are deemed worthy. They are deemed to be a higher bug and of higher intelligence. They then are given this task to collect 3 melodies in order to go see Grandmother Silk. Now, again, in terms of the lore of this game, I think Grandmother Silk she's broken out of her slumber at this point in the game as we are playing it. Because she has created a being of pure silk named Lace. And Lace has tried to fight us and stop us a few times. And Lace is like not of equal skill level to us, but she's a damn good fighter. Like she's not struggling. And if we are this like almighty being, we are Weaver and Parkour. So we are like 2 of the highest beings in existence. If they had a child, we are that child. So anything that can even remotely compete with us is like terrifying. And Lace can do that. Lace is kind of like pure magic, so very, very terrifying. So here, we've been through this room before, and we defeated the preacher that was in here and all the bugs that they were preaching to. But if we let out the little babies, they apparently repossess this room, like the lore keepers. They come here to start teaching and preaching again. And now for the second time, we have ended that nonsense. We're like, no, like this lore must not keep going. Like this needs to be forgotten. So yeah, we are getting the musics now. This is something I've put off for a very long time. We're going to get the 3 musics, and then I'm going to go fight the resistance that actually still exists despite all the influence from Grandmother Silk. But so right now we're back in the cogwork section. I say back because we were actually in here before, but we kind of just passed through. Because this is all just a platforming section. There's nothing... We already fought everything we need to fight in this area. But this area has some of my favorite music. I think this music, for being like all mechanical, I think is very, very good. But now we're going to climb to the top of the think this is the conductor or the architect melody. But yeah, there were some... Oh, that's right. I need to go free somebody. Hold on. We'll climb that in a second. Oh, this is the room. So we can see that there's 3 statues here. So we've met this one. This is the 12th architect. The architect are the mechanical bugs, and they have their own melody. Over here on the right, we have the Vault Keepers, right? So we got his music. And then back here in the back left, we have the conductors. So that's another area I need to go. They are up in the high halls. I haven't really talked about that area yet. We're going there very, very soon. But right now we're in the cogwork area. So the 12th architect, we've met her. She's given us a whole bunch of things to help actually aid us on our way, because she recognizes like, oh, hey, you're different than all the other bugs. You're not just here to serve. Like, let me actually assist you, because that's what I'm programmed to do. I'm programmed to help everybody else. But here we have the mechanical bugs that, you know, are keeping the music and the Citadel going at all costs. So, you know, they don't care for themselves. They don't need to eat. They're just here to do their job and nothing else. And a lot of them are also the guards of the Citadel. Now, obviously, if everything's being controlled by Grandmother Silk, kind of at the same time, why do we need guards then? So there was some type of resistance or some type of battle at some point. Grandmother Silk did not just like come to this land and fully take it over, but she came to this land and started at the center, and then like a spider kept taking it over. But they originally had robots to help protect the Citadel. But this one is missing a heart. So we got the 3 pieces of heart. This is second sentinel. Woken is this sentinel. Functional is its shell. Still devoted is this sentinel and awaiting your commandment. You speak, Gilded One? I have no command for you, but my curiosity is piqued. You call yourself a sentinel. What is it that you were charged with protecting? Defense of the sacred citadel and the voices that still fill it with our eternal duty. I had assumed as much. Yet look around you, Gilded One. During your slumber, the citadel has fallen, and its voices lay silent. This place is dead, or very nearly. Some would argue that standing guard over a kingdom's corpse is a foolish task, empty of meaning. I wonder then, will you still hold true to your charge? Eternal is the citadel. Eternal is the devotion of the sentinels. While its shell is still functional, this sentinel will hold true to its duty. So, this sentinel, we just released it, and we basically kind of call out the bullshit of it. We're like, wait a second, you're supposed to be guarding this place, but this place is dead. Like, there's very few people that are making it here. Like, what are you gonna guard here anymore? And the sentinel, you know, is like, well, you know, I am programmed forever to protect this place. So protect it I must. So we can go and find it. I've always called it a her, but I don't actually know. I guess it's a robot, so it's more of an it. We'll go find it in a moment here. We're first going to finish up with the cogwork area. Because we have a very large platforming section to get through. There are very, very minimal enemies in this area. And again, it's just all bugs just doing their duty, keeping the place running the best they can. And if I was better at the speedrun strategies, there's a lot that I can skip in this area. However, I'm not good about the strategies in this area. They're not hard, but I'm also playing with beast ones, which makes them fun. But yes, there are still bugs that are protecting this area. But we can see that the robots, they're not attacking each other, right? So the robots are programmed in a way. Oops, missed that attack. They are programmed to just attack outsiders from being in here. And with that being said, if this is where one of the melodies is, right, for us to go see Grandmother Silk, if all these robots are here guarding against that, nobody would ever be able to get up here. Again, I'm basically like two different gods. Like a god and a partial god had a baby. So I'm a higher deity being. And I was able to get up here. Nobody else can. And then we get up here and there's this giant fucking puzzle, which I fucking love. This puzzle is so much fun to do. So this puzzle, we have 4 music things. I don't even know what to call these, like cylinder things. But what we need to do, we're given hints in earlier parts of the game that tell you what music has to be played. I wasn't smart enough to understand those. However, what I am understanding is, hey, look at this top piece, and it flows down into the second piece, and all these lines connect. So I just need all the pieces to kind of match up together visually, and that will complete this. However, the very first one is actually slightly off. I don't actually remember. I need to look up this puzzle because I've done it about 4 or 5 times now, and I always do it this hard way. But once I complete it, it does break that section. And again, the speedrunners have already figured this out. Like, there's a very, very quick, easy way to do it. I, unfortunately, am not a speedrunner, and I keep not paying the most attention when they're doing this room. I need to write it down. I either need to write it down, or there's, like, you know, just hit each of these, like, levers, like, 2 or 3 times, and it fixes it. Oh, that's not. Oops, 2 is not. Is not right? There's like one of these, I forget which one it is, but like you don't really have to change that much on it. I think it's this 3rd one. Darn it, that was actually it. But this was also one of my favorite puzzles. I think it's super unique as a puzzle. And again, there is an explanation of it in game. I don't understand the explanation though. Like, cause it's like this many beats have to be played on like each of these things. And I don't recognize this music well enough to be like, oh, I know how much each of these beats are. Because if I show you what the text is, it's super confusing. Yeah, what's even crazier, Kaluna. So you said that the music, art, and the lore are wonderful for this game. Absolutely. What's even crazier is that this was created by 3 people. The game creators for this are called Team Cherry. They also did Hollow Knight, which Bree's playing through. It's a team of 3 people. So 3 people wrote the story for all this weird interconnected shit that's going on. 3 fucking people came up with it, designed it, wrote it, polished it, made it into a game, made the boss fights, designed the combat and the movement. Like, it is a mind-boggling and interesting feat that they've accomplished. Second, we need to just descend out of here. And I don't have that room memorized in the slightest. I know how to go up and down it really quickly, but I don't ever do it. Lace, we will be seeing Lace. I'm hoping that we see Lace today. We have to defeat Lace. We fight Lace 3 times in this game. So we fought her once at the very beginning of the game. She is the boss before the end boss of Act 2. And then, like, she's the last guard before Grandmother Silk, I guess is the best way of explaining it. Lace looks really boring, to be honest. I was actually really disappointed in Lace. I was hoping Lace was going to have, like, a different form, especially with her name being Lace. I thought that was a really, like, cool name for, like, Silk and Lace. And I hate Lace, and I'm very fearful that the sequel to this game might feature Lace as the main character, who I don't like or enjoy at all. All right, we're gonna go get the 3rd melody, and then we're gonna go check out the Rebellion. Oh, also, I do need to go find that robot. So the second Sentinel, hold on, I think I know where it is. I think it's over here. Beautiful. Also, I keep forgetting I do need to just farm at some point. Here's second Sentinel. So, the second Sentinel, who is designed to protect the Citadel. Wait a second. She's killing the Citadel's guards. What's going on here? So, very interesting that this robot bug that is designed in a way to protect the Sentinel, after we restore it, right, because it was decommissioned, it had no heart. After we get it up and running again, well, lo and behold, it starts, like, you know, killing things, like killing the haunted bugs of the Citadel along with us. I need to go find its second location. I can't remember. I think I know where it's at. I just don't remember exactly. Oh, we need to go rescue Sherma as well. So let's go do that. Sherma is somebody I have not talked about in this run at all. On our next run of the game, if I fail, we'll do a full, like, following Sherma's story, because Sherma is, like, the good guy of this game. Sherma is this sweet little pilgrim that survives everything, but also does everything right. So here, we can see the second Sentinel. She's fighting these bugs, but these bugs are in the same garb that second Sentinel is in. So it's really interesting that the Sentinel, whose duty is designed to protect the bugs in here, is aware that these bugs are, like, you know, dead and bad for the Citadel. So, like, it's just such a cool design element that they did. All right, so we need to go rescue Sherma. Sherma is somebody that we do meet at the very beginning of the game. And Sherma is, from what I can understand, like kind of like a little boy pilgrim who heavily believes in the faith. But when he gets here to the Citadel, right now for the record, we are running through the White Ward. So, like, the crazy loony bin, right? Like, the medical offices of the area. And there's tons of dead bodies. There's tons of weird experiments going on. But as Sherma gets to the Citadel, because Sherma is a good boy, so he is permitted to allow to get into the Citadel. As Sherma gets here, he sees all the weird experiments going on. He sees all the dead bodies being reanimated. He's seeing, like, all the, like, everything going wrong with his faith. So, wait, hold on. I can get up there, right? I can't? I don't remember what's up there. There's something up there that I can get. I know I can access it in Act 3. I just thought that I could cheese it and get it now. So right now we're in the White Ward. We're fighting off surgeons right now. But we can see that, like, there's kind of like a whole lot of dead bodies down here. And there's clearly been some weird body experimentation. It's very suspicious, right? So Sherma does start to realize that the faith is flawed, that it's not dependable, and that its teachings are flawed as well. On this dead body, we get the surgeon's key. Which will let us access a deeper area of White Ward. The White Ward. But we need to go rescue Sherma. Now, why is Sherma in the White Ward? At one point, we were talking to Sherma up at Songclave. So Songclave is our home base up here in the Citadel of us forming kind of a resistance. Like, we are protecting pilgrims and sending them to Songclave and saying, like, hey, this is the safe place in the Citadel for you. Stay here. So that's where we've been, like, getting some of the weapons and some of the armor for other bugs so that they can kind of, like, band together and fight things off. Sherma did manage to get to Songclave safely. But when he was there, like I said, we talked to Sherma at one point, and we can see that their faith is kind of waning. Because again, they see all the horrors and stuff going on. So we mentioned to Sherma, hey, why don't you go down to White Ward? Because there's a whole bunch of medical supplies there. If you want to help out and you don't want to fight, why don't you at least be a healer then? And Sherma says, oh shit, that's a great idea. But Sherma never came back.
Do
Am I not holy enough? All this suffering, this place hidden from holy light. All this suffering, this place hidden from holy light. Straps tight. Am I not holy enough? So, I need to explain Sherma as a character. Sherma is the most beloved character in this game. He's this cute little boy that goes on a pilgrimage, and he's constantly singing happy songs to everyone. At all points in the game as you encounter Sherma, so the very first time you encounter Sherma, he's singing, "Hey there, big old gate, can you please open up for me? Because I'm trying to get through on my pilgrimage. If you could open up for me, that would be great." And you keep encountering Sherma throughout the whole game. So as you're going through and killing off all these demented bugs that have gone mad, somehow little Sherma is getting past everything. And every time we find him, Sherma is singing the Citadel praises. He's all happy and joyful. And he's like, "Don't be weary, traveler. You can do it. Other pilgrims, come on. We can climb to the top together. Let's do this. We're best friends." And that is the story of Sherma. So all experiences of Sherma are these wonderful, like, heart-lifting moments, right? Like these good... You want Sherma on your team. Again, the most recent time that we talked to Sherma is up in Songclave, and up in Songclave, Sherma has gotten to see all the horrors of the world. They've seen all the bad things that have been happening. They've kept their positive attitude. They still got all the way up to the Citadel, as far as we got, right? We, this amazing warrior, Sherma the Pilgrim, somehow managed peaceably to get through everything. And once they got up to Songclave, we told them, like, "Hey, why don't you go get healing supplies?" So Sherma never came back, and now we find Sherma, and Sherma's a scared little bug right now. "Hoy, Red Maiden. Have no fear. It's only I, Sherma. I found the healing supplies, but then the way back collapsed, and I heard moaning from the dark. Oh, how thankful I am to see you."
Nesvia?
Hold your gratitude, little one. The dead are stirring. There's a sentence you never fucking want to hear. So Sherma's playing his little song. He's got like I don't know what his instrument. Oh crap! I missed. I don't know what his instrument is called, but it's like these two things that you cling together. Oh, Red Maiden, sorry to have lured you into such danger. And those poor bugs, bewitched by the thread. No sin could possibly warrant such a fate. Your pity is not misplaced, but better suited for another time. For now, you should look to your own care. Ah, yes. I should get these healing supplies back to the pilgrim settlement above. My brothers and sisters have waited long enough. We need to protect him. He's the sweetest little boy ever.
Hironare.
Can you safely make your way back to the settlement, little one? I could escort you if need be. Oh no, I'll lay no more of my troubles upon you, Red Maiden. With the way cleared, I can return under my own guidance. After all, what's another pilgrimage, eh? Oh, I have something for you as well. I found it buried amongst the broken relics down here in the darkness, glowing with a pale light. 'Tis an odd-looking thing, not exactly holy seeming, but I would be honored if you accepted it all the same. So he gave us a piece of a magic upgrade for us. I'll bring the healing supplies back up to the settlement with all haste, Red Maiden. Fear not on my behalf. My fellow pilgrims are praying for me, and therefore by no harm will befall me. He's so brave. He is. So now we're going to go see one of the more twisted areas of the Citadel. So we're in White Ward where we know experiments are going on bugs. Like we've seen some kind of weird messed up shit going on in here. Why don't I not remember? There is something up there and I cannot remember. There was an area down here in White. Here, I'm actually going to just go do it real fast. Oh my gosh, hiccups. There is a little bit of lore that I skipped over. So, Kaluna, since you're actually interested in the lore, let's go read it. So, in White Ward, buried very deep in this, like, hidden hallway, there is this sign that got hidden away. Oath of the White Ward. While song must be sung, none may falter. Infirmity, sickness, death, all are banished from our citadel. So, not the most welcoming of places, right? The very place where you would expect, you know, healing to occur. Well, apparently not, is the quick version. So, we want to figure out... Wait, where am I? Wait, can I not climb back up? Shit, really? I have to elevator? Interesting. Okay. I have to elevate. Wait, can I just slip out or no? Of course not. All right, so we got the surgeon's key, and we know that things are kind of going wrong here in the White Ward, right? So again, this is the medical portion of the Citadel. It's time to find out exactly what has been going wrong in the White Ward. Like, they talk about disposing of the bodies, but like here we see this going on. There's a dead body in the background. The silk, all for silk. Pins, pain. Reformed, repaired. Fading, forgotten. How old? How long? Straps tight. I think all of these are just going to say the same thing. Yeah, they all say the same thing. So we get to this weird device, and it's the only one with light still going on. And as we can see, there's still equipment that looks like it's kind of like not recently been used, but it's covered in all sorts of spider web, meaning it was probably used recently. Like wherever there's silk, that's Grandmother Silk's like calling card. Now, at this point in the game, we have not met Grandmother Silk yet. We understand that there is silk being produced by something, and that silk is causing all the chaos. So we know that there must be something much higher going on, but we actually haven't met Grandmother Silk itself. But whenever we see a whole lot of silk, it's very suspicious for us. So here we have the surgeon's key. to open up the surgeon's theater. As we look in the surgeon's theater, so we have these weird bugs with wrapped heads that come out and they try to attack us with their bandages. And then this guy, I don't even know how to describe this. So here we have the one bug, right? And he looks like a pilgrim with a wrapped head. And we'll see the other guy again. I think I have to fight two of them next here. All right, this guy is called the Embalmed. This guy is more or less the combination of... So here we can see these bugs. They kind of look like a pilgrim that we've seen from before. But as we can see, the head, like, they're wrapped up in silk bandages, and they just kind of have this long, creepy, neck that's disconnected from the head, right? So the quick version is something's not right here. So now the surgeon's scalpels will start attacking us. Crap, I was not paying attention to him. So the big boss that we're fighting in here, he looks like a conductor, and that has some lore relevance for us. Oh my gosh, it's twice now that I've hit. Fuck. I have to wuss out. I got hit too many times by him popping up in the middle of the floor. And a lot of his attacks do 2 damage. I'm not sure if all of his attacks do 2 damage, but admittedly, I'm not playing well enough to trust myself. That's alright. He's an interesting fight. But yeah, so we've seen them. There's clearly some weird experimenting of some sort going on the bugs. And we've seen like everybody has mentioned at some point that bugs are being reanimated by Silk. So Grandmother Silk more or less is like a necromancer, and that's often very heavily shunned in majority of games and of lore, right? Just like everywhere. Nobody likes the necromancers. Wasting my burning. Wow, I apparently did a enormous phase skip. This boss is not super hard. Oh, that's so cool. I've never known it. I didn't know that was a thing. Darn it, I keep trying to heal off the boss because I will also do a whole lot more damage against him. And every time I've gone to do it, he's dove back underground. I walked into it. Bird. Fuck me, fuck me, fuck! And these Crest are so dangerous. There we go. Alright. Embalmed. Broodmother, and I think Phantom was the other one. But here we get something, and we've gotten this something one other time in the game, and we will only get it one other, like, third time in this game. This is a Silk Heart. So a Silk Heart is our ability to regenerate silk within our own body. Now, in this game, silk is kind of your character's like magical abilities or kind of their like life essence. In the game Bree is playing, we call it soul. And in Bree's game, it is also very heavily misunderstood. There's very few people who know how to control soul, and it's considered like a dark art in that game. So right now we're in a dream sequence that is kind of like, hey, you got this soul part, but we're going to give you a little bit of lore of what's going on. And so here it's talking about that they were more or less trying to eternally imprison all the bugs with silk to bring their silk to Grandmother Silk in a loop, right? So this is where the game fully admits, like, one mind, one union. All the bugs are being pulled to Grandmother Silk to donate their own silk to her. They are ours, bound forever. So the lore of White Ward is they were taking like people that were either sick, dying, or potentially, you know, healthy people and experimenting on them with medical procedures to see if they could get their silk out from them. And the embalmed there is kind of like everything that went wrong, so to speak. Sunday, you being clean? So, ironically enough, below White Ward is this machine here. I normally destroy this machine, but I want to go show what this machine is before I destroy it. We are in the Underworks. So again, this is the servants of everything that's going on above us. Now, throughout the game, there are benches, and benches are our healing points, and they're where we can, like, work on, like, we can build our tools. So, like, the combat tools that I've been using, it is where we, like, restore our crafts, and we can switch out our tools and whatnot, and it's where we can rest at. Now, in the Citadel, so right now we're in the Underworks, so the area that's meant to keep slaves, right? They have to pay for their benches. And also, if we come in here, there's a confessional for 25. Speak now, thy confession will be heard. So, we obviously have no sins to confess. You have confessed a sin most grave, and must by works cleanse yourself. Return to your task and work off cycle, neither eating nor supping until a new cycle begins. By the grace of Farloom, may you never tire, toil, and be forgiven. So they have this machine that just tells any bug if they sinned, right? Hey, give me your confession. They would confess. And then this machine would just be, no matter what they said, you must work harder and you must not eat. It's kind of very American or religion-esque right now. A little too on the nose, if you will. So to show how bad the Underworks is, so right now I'm in the Underworks. As you can see, it's all gears, and all the gears down here look super sharp. There's just trash that's being filtered down from the Citadel, poured down here constantly. Even the workers are like gray and dirty, and rather than them having white clothing, they instead have this like light, very like light reddish, brownish clothing. Now it is marked with the Citadel's like insignia, but you know, it's filthy and gross down here. Oops, jumped into that block. So this guy here, his weapon is literally a rag. Bro is trying to clean me off the face of the earth. And as you can see, when he misses, he still scrubs the floor anyways. And all this dirt comes off of his fucking dirty ass rag. And then there's also these like chimney sweeping guys. But the most heartbreaking is Loam. The harder me work, the sooner it comes. Them's above, them watch us always. Work hard, and us will go up. Sir, I fear you are long forgotten by your masters. Should you not rest? The burden of this toil is placing on your shell. Plain to see. You speak strange. Me cannot rest. Us works. The Citadel breathes, and them's above do sing, and all is right. And when us works enough, them see it. Them see it. And us gets us holy reward. So poor Loam is brainwashed into working hard. So we can see he's running on the treadmill, but then he's also turning some of these other gears. Now, if we want to, we can run with him on a treadmill. And just above our head, you can see in the background, there's a needle that is slowly rising. If we run for 45 seconds on this treadmill, we get our reward. So we get to see what Loam is working for, right? So he talks about those people up above. They're always watching. They see him working. And if they see him working hard enough, one day he will be brought up above with them. All right, so we're reaching our reward quota right now. One single rosary. Think about how much power must have been produced by me running on this treadmill. And there's 2 items in the game that you can use to make you run faster. So instead of this taking 45 seconds, I think you get it down as low as like 20 seconds. But you do all this work for 1 rosary. Now, I haven't heard of anybody leaving their game like running with like, you know, like a rubber band or something on their controller to see if you ever get a big reward. I haven't heard of like anybody being like, I left this on for 10 hours and this is what happened. Maybe I should do that for the fucking views. But as you can see, as Loam works for so long, he eventually does get tired and stops. But poor Loam. This shell's still strong. See me work. Harder, longer. For your light. More. The shell's still strong. And even worse, he's in a little tiny room. So, like, I don't even know how he got into that room. But, yeah, he's stuck. He's stuck. He brainwashed. He's working for eternity, basically. And we, the main character, do have a higher intelligence as well. Like, that is something in both games. Like, we are somebody who's unaffected by the silk sickness. We are not somebody that goes mad from the problems going on. So it's one of those things that we are, like, we the player and our player character are considered smarter. He was there since a little boy. Could be, honestly. We don't really ever get, like, kind of confirmation one way or the other. It's just that he's in there just working his butt off indefinitely. So here, Sherma has healing supplies and is tending to the bugs. Welcome back, Red Maiden, and thank you again for coming to my aid. I'm no healer, but with these supplies we found in the ward below, even my unlearned claws can ease the suffering of our brothers and sisters. That such darkness could creep into this most holy of places, even though we pilgrims kept our promise to ascend. I confess, I wonder at the meaning of it all. But enlightenment does not come easily, or all at once. I should just continue my task in the meantime. I'm going to see if I can get him to sing, but I'm pretty sure everybody on the screen is going to sing with me. So Sherma sings that song through the entire game. And it's absolutely adorable. To me, it sounds very French-like. I know it's not French at all. It's just made up like gibberish. But whoever was singing it, like whoever the voice actor for Sherma is, I absolutely foresee that they had a French accent, in my opinion. All right, the final simple key that I've needed. And we need 320 for that. I'm just going to go ahead and buy that now. All right. I apparently need to encounter the second sentinel, I think, one more time. Oh, wait, no, because I haven't even unlocked the high holes yet. So that's why I don't have the quest. Okay. All right, we're going to go to high halls. High halls, I think. So I don't know if it's like the hardest place in the game. It's one of the easiest places in the game to die. Like, for the record, everything in this game is designed to be, like, quote-unquote difficult, right? Like, everything is designed to kill us, the player character. But this next area we're about to go into, it's literally like some of the enemies have the least amount of telegraphs to what they're doing, hit you for 2 damage, and will like outswarm you a whole lot. So this area and then the next area I need to go to are the last 2 areas in the game before we hit Act 3. And Act 3 is where the whole world goes crazy. Beautiful. All right, up to High Halls we go. So High Halls, I would argue this is the most upper class of the game. Earlier we were talking about the Vault Keepers and how they are potentially like the most learned people in the area, but I would say that they're not the most respected or like the most famed, if that makes sense. Like they weren't like the highest of the high class. They were just the smartest of the high class. So here we have some maestros, and they're commanding these attack robot bugs, who we don't gain silk from, which is weird because we've actually gotten silk from all other enemies so far in the game. We've only, this is the first enemy where that was like an extension of them. Like, so how we have tools to like fire and throw at enemies, that's kind of what those bugs were. Those little ones. They're just little robot bugs. Here, I forget what these dudes are called. I need to remember their name. These guys are the devil. Let's see. Let me look at what their name is. Ministers, gold-ranked disciple of the choir, and direct servant to the Citadel's conductors. Crap. I was trying to see if I could charge an attack while on these hooks, and the answer is no, which makes the combat in this room messed up. Thank you, sir. Full magic! And just heal. Yes, excellent. These ministers, if you watch any speedruns for this game ever, are the like #1 bane for majority of players. They waste a whole lot of time, they deal a whole lot of damage, and they take a whole lot of beatings. So admittedly, they're not like the hardest enemy to interact with. It's that they're a flying enemy, and the flying enemies in this game specifically are really, really annoying to fight. And they pretty much only have 2 attacks. They have this one attack where they like sweep in and attack you, and it deals 2 damage, which is a lot of damage in this game. And then they have a counter attack, and counter attacks basically are, unless it's a spell, they will block the damage and, you know, attack back, which is a very frustrating mechanic in this game. Hi, Sunday Bear. But yeah, they're not like stupidly hard to fight. They're just kind of a nuisance to fight, I suppose. Why did you... Oh, I guess you would counterattack. That's bad. There's a bench eventually coming up, but I'm not really close enough to it to depend on it. And here we finally get the what's considered the best attack tool in the game. This is the Cogwork Fly. So now we can generate ourselves little attack flies to deal damage for us. I'm trying my hardest not to play with them. They make the game a little too easy in a sense. And they also bring about a little... What do I want to say? How do I want to... They make combat less consistent. So, like, some of the combat in this game, I depend on... Oh, I know that this fly is going to attack me. And, like, he's going to attack me once he gets close. And I want to bait my enemy into attacking me in that manner. Oh, that's where the other psalm cylinder is. Well, wonderful. Now I have all the psalm cylinders. And then this is just short. And then short. Okay. Didn't mean to hit the thing, but oh well. But yeah, I might use the tool, or eventually, especially in Act 3. Act 3, if I survive to Act 3, I think I'm going to kind of play like anything goes. I still will try to do the most that I can with Beast Crest, but I will try to play with like what I think are the most powerful strategies that I'm aware of. Here is another one of my favorite secrets in the game. But we find this weird hidden chamber. And in it is Claw Maidens. Claw Maidens can be one of the most annoying enemies in the game because they can just randomly show up. And then they try to take your silk. And they use it as an attack against you. They'll form like these giant silk needles to attack you with. Stop taking my silk. And as you can hear, they're kind of robotic. Like, even when we kill them, they break into a whole bunch of pieces. But we don't really know what's powering them. However, if we come up here, we find a very thick piece of silk in the high halls. And now that it's destroyed, so too are the Claw Maidens. So the Claw Maidens can attack you at any point that you're in the Citadel, and they will like try to steal your silk, and you know they obviously just try to kill you. Now that we've done this, no Claw Maidens will spawn in the rest of the game. So never have to see them again, never have to fight them again. Just glorious. And the final fast travel that I needed to unlock. And one of the last maps that I needed to unlock. All right, so this is one of the harder arenas in the game. Oh, wait, hold on. We have a bank to go into. Interesting. So we come in here and, you know, we can see all these ministers in the background, and they have all these like abacuses to keep track of all the rosaries and whatnot. But let's face it, I want the rosaries. I'm alive. I can spend rosaries on things. All those dudes are dead. So, we're going to go and raid the bank. Wow. I walked right back into that one. Need more allowance, you'll lay. But that just gave us a crap ton of rosaries. But what about this basement area? This seems suspicious. If we come into the basement of this little bank, we get the rosary cannon. So quite literally a weapon that lets us fire money at our enemies. And unfortunately, it's a sucky weapon. I said I was going to show you the emotes last night, and I totally forgot. Yes, you did, ma'am.
Is that a short joke? Is that a short joke?
I'm very disappointed in you, Mal. Unforgivable, Mal. Yeah, not showing you now. I waited all night last night for you to show me. You left me hanging. But here's something I like, is that when you're in the Citadel, there's times where, like, Grandmother Silk, she's showing that she's watching, like, what you're doing. Because, like, she just used her silk to activate all the enemies in this room. We are stronger, faster. Now, in this arena that we're doing, those claw maidens can show up to fight us here. Except that I deactivated them. I was trying to do something interesting because I wanted to see if it was good. And I'm taking more damage than I wanted, so the answer is no. So these guys are the guards of the conductors. Big bads. fine. Get out of here. All of those enemies from Grandmother Silk to stop what we're doing. And we finally did it. Now here, we get some of the coolest imagery I've seen in a video game in a long time. So, this is the last living conductor. Right? He's still alive. He's hidden behind the sheet. And as we've talked about, Silk is a character's, like, life force. And we can hear him coughing. And they basically have the Silk set up like an IV drip for him. This is, like, the coolest fucking imagery ever in a game. A visitor? Now this is rare. Must apologize for not rising to greet you. After an age spent sickly, I find myself unable to lift from this bedchamber. I hope, good pilgrim, your citadel has shown you the courtesy deserved of a bug devout.
Yanara.
I've borne its hospitality well enough, aged one. Ah, my sympathies, pilgrim. We have fallen so far, and now, sadly, if you've come seeking aid or understanding, I fear I too shall disappoint. Whatever you would ask, I have only my melody left to offer. It is a simple thing, the smallest of gifts, but perhaps more special now, for it has been rarely heard in these quietened times. Learned the conductor's melody. Upon our song upon a silken thread. Such beautiful sound, so long absent from our halls. Keep safe our melody, good pilgrim. You shall likely be the last to receive it. Only our song. Remember their voices. Only our sickness. Now only silence. Dear devout, have we failed? And this game's story writing and storytelling is just so maniacally good. It's so ridiculous how amazing it is. Okay, we have to do some rosary farming. Yeah, again, the silken thread being fed in like an IV drip though is like so beautiful of imagery. It's crazy. All right, I have to do some farming for rosaries. So I put on a charm where we're going to get extra rosaries now every time we kill. But if I take damage, we also lose rosaries. So it is a little bit of a double-edged sword here. Crap. So there I lost like 8 rosaries. Not a huge deal, especially with me gaining back 55, but not ideal. Okay, so it's 4 hits and a spell. 4 hits and a spell. Interesting. Okay. Final audience. Attend this Sentinel's request, Hunter in Red. Meet in the halls high, in the chamber of its fellows. The way shall be marked. All right, we're going to do... Whoops. Well, that was wrong. We are going to go do some calculations before we do that quest. There's that quest, and then one area in the game left for us to explore, and then we go fight Lace and the final boss. Now, I can do these things later. However, once we hit Act 3, the game goes into hard mode. There's a lot of difficulties that will make doing these things a lot more difficult. So ideally, if I can do them now, that would be smart. I bought him out. That is amazing. I did not remember buying him out. So we have a lot less rosary farming to do than I thought we did. We need to just buy things for our house. It's still like, I think I still need like 2,000 rosaries. But that's significantly less than what I was expecting. Hey, Kaluna, I'm going to ask you to pick a color here in a second. Normally I do red, only because Steel Soul mode, I tend to do a whole lot of things in red. I've also done black before. But I'm going to let you pick the color of our house here. You get to pick between red, black and white, black, a tannish or a gold color, or blue. Do, 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 do. Actually, hold on. I got better music to play. Blue? Man, Kaluna wants me to have blue bells, apparently. See how it is. Alright, blue it is. So she starts painting, and then I need 320. I might not even need to do any farming, surprisingly. I don't remember how many things I can actually buy for that. That might be all I need. Sunday's so cute. I put Sunday through so much bullshit. But yeah, here's our house. They've started painting it blue. Here's the materium. So this materium is just a way for us to review everything in the game. So silk, fine thread spun from the soul of its creator, highly coveted for its remarkable strength and mystical properties. Used to heal wounds, extend life, and weave powerful runes. So this is just our ability to read about every single item in the game. I'm not going to. But every item in the game, including certain quest items that we got that like featured for a very short amount of time, we can review here. We do have more relics to turn in, so we're gonna turn these in to scrounge.
Ah, I smell something on you. Heavy with the past you are. You have a relic for me, don't you? Yes, this fits my collection well. Look then, look at what I have.
So he gives us some rosaries for that. There's one last thing I can buy. But I might need to leave and come back. Maybe painting the bell house is required. Fully unlocked, fully unlocked. All good. So I'm missing 2 memory lockets somewhere. I'll deal with that at some point. I'm not super worried. I know where 1 memory locket is, actually. Where we're about to go has a memory locket. And then I wouldn't be... No, second sentinel... Second sentinel provides us with... Sorry, I'm trying to think, and I'm not doing a good job of thinking while doing, apparently. Second sentinel provides us with an item, not a memory shard. So then I'm missing 1 from somewhere. All right, so since I don't need to farm, actually, let's just go figure out what the second sentinel wants with us. And we'll go from there, I think.
That's fine.
I am here, Gilded One.
Da, Fenestra.
I had thought I was answering your summons as a friend, or at least an ally. But now that we stand together in this place, I can sense your intent. You mean to raise your blades against me. Am I your enemy then? The defense of the sacred citadel, the voices that fill it, is the eternal duty of the sentinels. Termination is the necessary fate of all those enthralled by the Whispering Silk.
Caspin?
You believe me haunted, a slave to the pale threads. I think you are more perceptive than that. My silk is my own, as is my will. Unsure is the sentinel. Both haunted and innocent you seem. With regret, this sentinel must test the strength of your will. I don't fully... Oh, start. Let's say, I don't fully remember this fight very well, so we're going to play it a little cautiously. Ooh, that was so lucky. Lucky ducky. Right now, I feel like we're kicking her ass, but, I also got very lucky with a lot of parries. So parries are a mechanic I've not talked about in this game at all. If I attack the attack at the exact same time, I can parry it, which nullifies the damage. The issue with this concept is I have to time my attack to hit the enemy's attack at the exact same time, which obviously is just hard to do. So a lot of the times you take damage. That ended up working out very well. By the purity of your will, the clarity of your intent, you were innocent of the silken curse. Failed has the sentinel. Your judgment, will it accept?
Nesvir?
Is this truly failure, Gilded One? You meant to test me and have done so. I would expect nothing less of a true guardian. The matter is resolved. There is no need for death. Stand and let us part as friends. Oh, we did it! Accept a token of the Sentinel's order. As friends, let us part. So he gives us the Reserve Bind, which is a really cool item in this game that I do not play with. The Reserve Bind lets us forcibly heal, like, whenever we want, but it will then break. So normally I need to have 9 rungs of my silk at full before I can heal. The Reserve Bind says, you weren't supposed to be alive. That was 4 hits. All right, so I technically have to do a little bit of farming, but I also could just not worry about it right away. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm responding to a text message that I'm causing problems. Is the quick version. But we are getting very close to Act 3, which I'm really excited for. So let's do that then instead. I think. I think that makes the most sense. We need to go to what, for casual players, is the hardest area of the game. I am going to be doing a little bit to make it easier. But actually, I guess yeah, never mind. I was about to say, I don't want to do the whole thing with this, but then I realized that I can't use flint slate like nearly at all in this area that we're about to go to. So let's go deal with it. So we are going to Biowater. So for the record, right now, we have all 3 melodies. I can go fight the final bosses of the game. However, there is one area that we still haven't explored yet. So I do want to show off the entirety of the game. And there is an enemy up here that I have to deal with. And I'd rather do it before the whole world goes to shit. So here we're in Biowater. So a lot of these, we've briefly been through this area, like not through the whole area, but in this zone. So we have the muck maggots below us. If we fall into the water, we will get infested with muck maggots, and that will stop us from healing, no matter what our silk is. As well as the muck maggots will eat our silk. Then all these bugs with the glowing green butts, they explode upon death. Oh yeah. Hey Chakra. I forgot about you and your quest, actually. So Chakra has a quest where we do have to buy out all of her maps, and we have to make sure she has mapped out a whole bunch of different areas. And what that means is we have to visit her in each of those areas for her to map them out. All right, so I bought all of her maps, but I want to buy more of her stuffs.
Buenera.
Because now she's going to put markers on her... Sunday, would you just stay? Lie down. Come here. You can't keep getting up and down. You do this every single stream. Do you want to snuggle? Or do you want to get down on the floor again? You want to get down. Okay. I love you, baby. All right, so Chakra, for our maps, she can mark the maps with a bunch of icons, which I have foregone for majority of the game, because again, I have the whole game memorized. So, now for you guys, now you get to see how big this game is and how much it stretches and where everything is, because now everything is mapped out with map markers. So now everybody can see everything. She wants to be a queen. She is a queen. Sunday is my little queen. All right, I actually did see there's 2 other quests that I did forget about. So right now we are in Biowater, and right where the name says Biowater, we're actually in that, we were in the room right below where it says Biowater. So now we're in that giant room just to the left of it. That's like a giant pillar. So now we're going to be climbing up a whole bunch. We have these nuisance bugs. Why did I miss my jump? Okie dokie. All right, so let me get my bearings. Excellent. Up here is one of my favorite secrets. This was in my very first playthrough, one of the ones that took me the longest to find. But we get the quick sling. This tool lets us fire ammo twice. So when our red tools, if I'm throwing out 1 Pompilo, with this tool equipped, I would fire out 2 Pompilos. And it matters a lot more on some of your other weapons, or like some of your better weapons, or for burst damage. And then these bugs actually ended a run for me, ironically enough. Did not think that was possible. So this time I brought a tool to deal with them, because fuck that shit. Fuck losing a Steel Soul run in this room. Well, that was hilarious. That landed on the ground. Awesome. So I think that's the last mask shard I can get in Act 2. I think at the moment we're locked into max HP until Act 3. In Act 3, I think we get like one more mask, and that's it. Alright, let's get the hells out of this room. Okay, we got everything. Okay. And then for some weird reason, Biowater has these like weird plant things that count as an enemy. Like everything else in Biowater. So lore of Biowater is once the Citadel came to be, all of its junk and refuse came out here. So all of its exhaust, all of its junk, all of its crap came out this way and has since polluted this area. So apparently this area used to be vibrant in its own way. However, we never get to see that. We also don't really get to see like any traces of it, which I don't know if that's to show like how badly the damage, how long the damage to this area has gone on for. Sorry, texting again real fast. You guys can deal with it. But yeah, I'm not sure if it's just, like, if it's the thought process of the game is like, this is to show that like the amount of garbage and stuff, like how long this has been going on for, has just been so great that Biowater is this very disgusting and putrid area now and forevermore, which is fine, makes sense. But I wish that there was more kind of like a light at the end of a tunnel for this, to be like, yes, it's gross and putrid, but like maybe the deeper into Biowater you would go, you would see some of its light, like the light aspects of it, or the goodness of it, right? We never see any of that. We just see kind of like all this brick and mortar. And even if you look in the background of a lot of the areas, a lot of the background is also just like brick and mortar and just nothing to even like talk about. Like here we can see some ways leading to the Citadel. So like this at least makes a little bit of sense. But like as we get further in, it's just, I don't know. I don't think that they did a great job with Biowater. It's a good, disgusting place, and on your first playthrough, I think it is a very well-designed place, and it's like a lot of fun. And then you come up to this. A lot of pilgrims are dead, but mostly Citadel members dead. So by playing our instrument, all your wishes, all your will, all ours. None beyond. So this area, Biowater, is one of the few areas in the game where there was a resistance against Grandmother Silk. Got him. This is one of the few areas where there was resistance against Grandmother Silk. They did not stand by and just like roll over, right? They absolutely fought back. For some reason, Flea's caught in the vines in that back little alley. Interesting. I think anything's in. I'm a little low on HP, so we need to run to a bench. And somehow I skipped it? Hold on. I'm in a backup room. This is a room where these little plant enemies, they keep respawning, so you can just keep walking in and out of the room. And then every time we obviously attack them, we gain silk. The real purpose of this room is that there's some of these like little shard bundles for us to pick up and gather. I would like more HP though. How did I mess this up? Do I have to go up first? Am I not remembering that? There's a bench for me to rest on, is why I'm very confused at the moment. And where I thought it would be, it is not. And so now I'm confused as to where I am. So we're going to figure it out the hard way. Yeah, this is Chakra's quest room. Where's the second entrance? Alright, well, we have to come back here anyways. There's another quest that I need to go back to a town to unlock. But we're so close to the boss of the area. Lame. These maggots off of me. Okay. Whatever. We'll figure it out here in a moment. I have not died on this boss in quite some time. However, this boss is he is designed to be very difficult. So. I had this room memorized, and I apparently do not. All right, boss time. Wait, no. One more wave of enemies. Beautiful. Now boss time. Suck it. Alright, so what makes Groll so difficult he has this suction ability. Which can be countered with bombs. But Groll does a little bit of everything. We have to fight him. He can summon ads, but it's random whether or not he summons the ads. I'm also low on HP here. So I'm trying to play smart. Darn it, that wasn't smart. Got him. Groll is the king of the resistance. So what do I mean by this? He is somebody who at all points has resisted Grandmother Silk, and anybody that comes from the Citadel or even pilgrims, he is kind of just killing all of them. He's kind of like, fuck your world, fuck your shit, that's not my world. And he does have some minions that serve him, and he's out here in Bilewater of all places. Now, one of the abilities he had looked very similar to an ability that Bree has in the first game. So Bree's playing through the first game at the moment. I don't think there's actually anything that happens if I play music here. I just wanted to see if it would, because I always forget to. But so up here in the background, we can see a dead body is hung. And here we get the item Seeker's Soul. And that body crumbles. So he's unfortunately kind of a victim of a war. That Seeker Soul was somebody who came to this area and was like, Great King Groll, we have the same goal. Like, we're both trying to fight Grandmother Silk. Let's fight her together. And King Groll said, nah, fam, that's not how this works, and killed him. So King Groll, Great King Groll is, he's his own sort of monster in this game. And again, we did see too, like, he attacked us without talking to us or anything. So he is definitely, you know, not immune to criticism himself. But yes, he was the revolution. Okay, what did I miss? So maybe it's down a hallway? Maybe I jumped over it. I think I see. So I'm looking at the map here. Obviously, there's that like penciled in area. And I know what's in that hallway, but there's actually a secret entrance into that hallway from the right-hand side. And I'm trying to look at where I think I missed it. And I have a good idea of where I think I missed it at. So I do need to go back into Bilewater. However, before we go back into Bilewater to get that secret entrance, because there's a very key item back there that I need to get, I am going to have to travel to Bilewater right outside of King Groll's area. But I need to go get the quest first, unfortunately. So We have to come back to Bellheart, and now here it is. Excellent. And now she has the spa for me. So the spa, I think, is the last item I need to buy in the game. I can't think of another item I need to buy. I could be mistaken. But so that's what all of our rosaries are going to go towards, is $1,100 for a personal spa. But excellent. So back into the biowater we go. Actually, I should just go from putrid, I think. Yeah, let's go from putrid. I was thinking about going the long way, but I don't want to. I think this challenge run, as fun as it is, I need to succeed at it. And we're doing a great job of succeeding this run. So let's not mess it up. So we're going to go backwards through Grohl's boss arena. And now different enemies can spawn in this area. But we don't care. We're actually not really here to fight anything. We're here to collect 2 things. That missed so miserably. So unfortunately. No, you bug! You ruined everything. I don't want to track. I know where to go, game. Alright, so after we buy all of Chakra's maps, so Chakra in this game, we meet her at the very beginning, and she's like, oh, I'm a map maker, but I'm looking for my master. She's been in this land, like, forever, and I've been tracking her, and I keep being late to the party. This is the only time we actually see what Biowater might have looked like before the Citadel. So we do have some kind of, like, pretty-ish looking rocks and, you know, these nice clear waters. But unfortunately, Chakra has found her master at the waterfall. Horoshenka, Hornet-wielding needle, for that is your name, is it not? I have heard it spoken in this land with reverence. I had hoped you would accept my summons. In these moments, 1 is good, but 2 is best. I would not deny the wish, Chakra. A somber ceremony seemed likely at this trail's end, and I am sadly proven correct. This is then your master? The fiercest of my tribe, here she lies. I called her master true, but she was mother just as much. More by far than the bug who bore me. Among the many marvels of this kingdom, she found a fine place to meet her end. Ended by age, my tribe would call that a shame, but I see only strength unbeaten. Even as her shell betrayed her, she walked this kingdom's breadth. It was her trail followed that allowed me to share witness to its dignity. Hornet-wielding needle, you too have journeyed these many paths, as my master before us. Join me now for her song's ending. It is time for her soul to walk beyond her shell. Everybody, if you have a lighter, please raise it up. Yashkano. Poor Chakra. Her whole point of being in this land was searching for her mom figure. For sharing this moment, I shall have you accept a gift, one I believed I would never pass. You would take these rings and the learnings to make more. They are built of a clever method devised by my master and will crush hard this kingdom's toughest shell. Use them, and she is remembered.
Imagina fora.
My thanks, Chakra. You gain a tool so defined by its owner. I am much grateful. They shall prove a great aid on my journey. And that's it. We have done... Oh, wait, no. I'm sorry. There's one last quest we need to do, and then we get to go fight Lace and Grandmother Silk to beat the first portion of Silksong. And then for like the last 5% is in Act 3. And that's where things get scary. But Larry is different than Gary. And Jerry was different than Larry and Gary. Alright, first we must backtrack through... Not much. Found it. Thought I was going to have to backtrack a lot further, and I just skipped this entrance. Get me out. Get me out of these maggots. Get your maggot hands off me, you damn dirty maggots. And in this room, we find a whole lot of pilgrims' bodies trapped in these, like, water cocoon husks. Yeah. Their shells are ours. Their souls are ours. Our hate is forever. So yeah, Biowater is kind of this weird hate-filled area. Now it seems like it's a bit backwards, but like also understand that this area that used to be beautiful and vibrant, we just got to see how beautiful and vibrant it could be. The thing is though, is we're also seeing that we got to see King Roll, right? And he was crazy as shit. He just attacked us with no warning. So it's kind of a complicated story. And then this area is very pretty. We have all these like plants and these little useless bugs that don't make a whole lot of sense. Admittedly, the game does not ever really explain where or how the muck maggots came to this area or why they grow into the muck roaches that we killed for their meat earlier. Or these giant balloon ones that are like terrifying and covered in wings. Like, is this caused by like pollution from the Citadel? Is it like silk from the Citadel that caused this? They never really go into detail or hint at it. It's just kind of a weirdish area that's clearly polluted, but without explanation. I need your beads, sir. Ow. Wasn't counting on that guy hitting me twice. That's what we would like to call bad touch. Alright, well, we can get out of Biowater. And I don't think we really need to come back here again. In Act 3, I can come back here again. I don't need to. Can't think of a reason that I need to. Oh, I did forget another thing. Shit! I even went down there. I didn't even think about it. Alright, so we need to go to Deep Docks. Deep Docks has the last boss that I can absolutely access. There's a boss down here that we need to fight. And then we'll go fight... We're going to take a 5-minute break. And then we'll go fight Grandmother... We'll fight Lace and Grandmother Silk. and get into Act 3. My goal is to beat this 100% today. So my goal is like, Act 3, by the way, should only take like 1 to 2 hours at most. Unless I like fuck it up real bad again. I am somewhere. And I don't know where I want to be. I know where I'm at. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. We can take this off. Yeah, we can take this off. Let's play... What am I going to be fighting in this area? No, we'll just keep bringing the flint slate. Yay is correct, Kaluna. We are extremely hopeful that this challenge run, my pause game, when I've gotten too low, has been better. Act 3 is really intense, though. So even though it should only take me an hour or two, I want to stress that it's going to be very easy for me to fuck something up and to ruin the run. And then I'll be super sad. This is not the farthest I've gotten on the challenge run, but I'm very close to where I was on my challenge. Okay, we need to... Whoops, not him. Yep. This should be the correct. Darn it, couldn't jump high enough. Unnecessary damage taken. Secret tunnel, secret tunnel. All right, so now we get to go down into the depths of Deep Rock. Oh yeah, there's also a flea down here I can rescue. Yikes. Dodging all sorts of crazy shit at the moment. Oh, I don't know how to do this with this crest. Shit. Uh-oh. Alright, hold on. We're gonna have to outsmart something. Okay. I had to bounce off the wall. That's a new one. Once again, this crest betrays me in so many ways. Doing this challenge, so like doing Steel Soul 100% is hard enough. Doing it on Steel Soul mode with the Beast Crest, I've really made this a lot fucking harder on myself than I ever needed to. Okay, that's the room that has the flea in it. Shit. All right, arena time, and I need to be careful. All right, so far, these enemies are all basic. There they are. Ooh, there's a good application I never considered. Why are you jumping so much? Beautiful. Nice, 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 nice. Okay. That went a lot smoother than I anticipated. Those two guys, the bomb throwers, they're immune to each other's bombs, and they can be really annoying, and their bombs can just kind of like take up half that arena. So I was very intimidated about how that experience was going to go. All right, that might be the third and final, or not the third. That might be a final flea. All right, this room is the boss room. But I don't think we can kill him in here. Or at least I've never seen anybody talk about killing him in there. So what we're going to do is just kind of ignore him. And instead go up this way to open up a shortcut in case that boss kicks my butt. Which again, Beast Crest, everything is possible. We've had a couple of bad moments that we've salvaged. Opens up a shortcut that, just in case, new materium entry. All right, I'm doing. Oh my gosh. Well, glad I took damage there. Backup. You need to learn how this boss actually works. Okay, one brother down. Woo! Beautiful. Kick their asses completely. It's always interesting to me that the Beast Crest is like everybody who plays this game knows that the Beast Crest is really difficult to play with. But I also feel like it's going to be the speedrunner dream eventually. Because when you play with it correctly, and I am not saying that I played with it like perfectly in that last fight, I would just say that I did a good job. I played with it at like 70% correctness. Oh, that's where the last memory tree is. Right here. When you play with it like correctly, it looks so stupid powerful. Either that or I made Flint Slate look really powerful. I'm not sure which. But I did use both in that fight. I didn't do a good job of using them together. I kind of used one and then used the opposite. And just constantly kept one of them up at all times. But either way, it is like a 50% damage increase at all times because I was juggling them. Because like there's a good example. These giant slugs now only take 4 hits. Ow. Whereas they would normally take 6 hits from the looks of it. Nope. Okay. Making all sorts of explosions here. really do need to figure out this dude's range. Like, these slugs are not super scary. They're just scary enough to be annoying. This guy we're going to just get rid of. Actually, I don't even know why I'm being conservative with my ammo. I get plenty. Oh, that turd hit me. I'm bombing his ass and he's exploding on my ass. Sounds like the great start to... Never mind. All right, so we get to the diving bell. This bell infuriated the hell out of me because on my first playthrough, I kept coming down here and was like, what's the point? When do I get this key? How do I do something? Like, what is this? It's Act 3 exclusive. You can't do shit in this room. It's 100% Act 3 only, no other thing. All right, so... we're coming up on our break here, guys, and then we're going to finish Act 2 off and move on to Act 3 for the last 5%. So, what we need to do, I need to talk to this one dude twice. 3 times. 18 times. I don't know. There's a dude I need to talk with because... I could have just taken that elevator up. Oh well. He's going to give me some rewards for rescuing fleas. That's a side quest I've been working on through the whole game. And actually, I guess I should just look at my map real quick. Huh. Skipped a room down there. I don't think it matters. Okay, so there's a bench I need to unlock. But I can kind of do that whenever. I'm sure I'll end up in that area at some point. Okay, so I need to go to Greymoor to move the fleas. 2 benches to unlock. Oh, I also forgot about the vassal. All right, hold on. We need to move fleas and do vassal quest real fast. Let's move the fleas first. Why you bugs have so much HP? I'm gonna kind of start to slowly farm up the rosaries. However, when we get to Act 3, we do farm up a lot of rosaries consequently. And I don't really have another yellow charm I even like want to put on. A little bit there's one that I could put on. Vogue, do I have everything? You have brought them all, Bug Not Flea. My work is done. No more searching needed. Ours is a caravan full. Now my duty must change to watch, to protect. Awesome. So she just confirmed. She sells us maps to find the fleas. So on your very first playthrough of this game, if you don't know where all the fleas are, which nobody's supposed to know where they all are, she sells you maps to help guide you to find them. All right, time to travel with the flea caravan.
9. When a girl walks in with an itty bitty waist and a round thing in your face, you bitch.
All right, and then we have one more to go. So here, if we have 22 of the fleas rescued, and we've seen a location, we can tell him, hey, there's somewhere else you can go that's, like, safer. Hold on. Apparently, I'm missing a step.
Shasha.
All right, hold on. Maybe I have to save. Maybe time needs to pass.
Yanaga Noshke.
What the heck? I think I might need to... I think I might need to just rest at a different bench other than his bench. So there was this lake that we traveled to much earlier in the game. And we're supposed to tell him to go there. Because he basically says, like, oh, he went to the Citadel because he thought it was going to be safe. But, like, now that he's there, he realizes that it's not safe. My face. Interesting. This room looks really short now. Yeah, okay. Yep, I had to just rest on a different bench. That's annoying. But so we tell him, hey, there's this other place that we saw. You would probably love it. And he's like, okay, bet, fam. I'll check it out. All the fleas. Such a great cutscene. What a beautiful spot you have gifted us, Miss Hornet. Safe apart from the dark and death of these lands beside. Place for fleas to grow smart and strong.
Da, Fenistra.
And he gives us our final tool pouch upgraded and renames this area Fleetopia. Okay, but that's all we needed from him. And a quick dunk into the bile water. Thanks, game. Those fly enemies are so annoying, and I still have not come up with a good strategy for them. That's messed up. Okay, worked out well. No, don't hit the ceiling, you idiot. All right. All right. We're good. We're good. We're good. This room's a lot of fun because you can trick the flies to flying into their predator. And they just eat the flies for you. All right, let's do... That should be Final Quest, right? Hold on, let's double check before I'm stupid. Yep, Final Quest. Okay. Back to Bony Bottoms. All right, so we're in Steel Soul mode. What does that mean? There's this hierarchy of bugs that are very weird, and they're like steel bugs. Not mechanical, just steel. And they appeared in the previous game, and they're kind of like observers. Like, hey, we want to see what's going on in this land, but also understand that we're like super powerful and we could probably destroy this at a moment's notice. With that being said, in this game, one of the bugs that serves the steel bugs has defied them and is like, hey, nah, I don't want to do this no more. And has started a ritual in this area. So we have a quest where we need to go stop the ritual. And Hornet, upon finding these ritual sites, she's been like, oh, wait, I understand what this is. And I need to go stop it before it becomes a bigger problem. Item I forgot. So we are going to go stop the ritual. Now, in this ritual, there's a minor nuance to it. And this minor nuance is going to be very prevalent in Act 3. We get our first touch of the void. So the void in this game is this kind of like evil, all-encompassing, drowning dark shadow. The way that it interacts with us, if we get touched by it, we get hurt, but it will slowly disintegrate our silk as well. So that's a huge problem for us. Also, because it's a void enemy, meaning it is void of silk, it means that when we hit it, we do not gain silk either. So this has a lot of... Excuse me, ma'am.
That's fine.
Torotano.
Cadestre.
Mimiro. Memero.
Darn it. I'm gonna have to come back and talk to her again because I didn't get the quest. I'm dumb. Another that quest is stupidly short. That's not really gonna affect anything. But the thing with the void is kind of a collection of enemies. So think about it kind of like almost like necromancy, but in the worst way, where it's not like you're raising a singular dead. It's like you're raising an amalgamation Frankenstein monster of dead.
Buenera.
Cease your summoning, fool bug. Though you may yearn for freedom, that savor you hope to call will bring only death. Burn, baby, burn! I did not play that fight well, but we beat it.
Oh, the gay say,
Escape! Escape! Always to watch. The master's in sight. All right. So this bug here basically tells us, hey, my name is Sula. I don't want to always be doing the same thing over and over again. So I'm trying to get away from the steel bugs. And we're like, go ahead, we'll cover your tracks. But then for some reason, we go and, like, to complete the quest, we have to tell the steel watcher, her name is Z, we need to go tell her that, like, hey, your bug was doing this awful summoning, and we stopped it, but also don't go after her. Which is, like, super fucking weird. Didn't mean to hit that statue, but oh well. All right. I was supposed to get a quest up in the Citadel, and I forgot to get it. But everything is done now. Like, there's no other quests for me to do, and this quest is for me to talk to, like, 3 bugs back to back. For sure. So we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break. I'm actually gonna heat up my dinner and eat real quick, and then we're gonna move on to we'll do the lace fight, Grandmother Silk, and then the ending of this game, the last 5%. Interesting. So it's that soul that gets the dialogue. So what? Time needs to pass? Watch, I need to, like, install that fucking spot in my house. There's no way. He is not telling me the quest. Oh, maybe I have to go fight Lost Lace first. That actually does not... Hold on, I want to make sure I get this quest, and I don't want to forget about it. Because when I come back, I know exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to do something really stupid. So we're going to fight Lost Lace, and then we'll take it. For Paluna. Paluna Matata. What a wonderful freak. Yeah, get dunked. Oh wait, actually, I think I need to go in this room anyways. It is this room. Pilgrim of Farloom. So now we play the 3-melody song. Too bad that had no sound. Wait, you guys can't hear it? Pilgrim, who would hold our song within your shell, rise above. Offer your most devout self unto our sacred heart. What, hydrate has no sound? No, I didn't hear it at all. That might just be a point stump thing that I had. I don't think I have a hydrate sound. But thank you. Yeah, I heard no sound whatsoever. I'll have to look into that. And here's Lace. He's kicking my butt in the mouth. Darn it, I always jump into that. That was a new... No! Congratulations, Spider. Finally, I felt your sting, and you've bared the truth of my pathetic empty shell.
Tadastama.
You always had the scent, child. You are no bug. Yours is a life born entirely from thread. Life? You're too generous. This weak, wasting existence. This is not life. Just a husk shaped to act as a child.
Danny Frank.
Yours was a life, pale one. Do not confuse your unique creation with its absence. I have seen others make the same mistake. Platitude, Spider, from you? Don't be gross. Head on, climb up and away. You've earned your audience with the divine. Face the Holy Mother who would fashion so cruel and crude a daughter as me. After all, it's you that she wants, is it not? So now we get the third and final Silk Heart. So this basically means our new minimum mana is 3. There is a way where I can use it up so quickly, but to be honest with you, it's kind of hard to do. Better a child spun frail than better a child spun pure than them. Better a child spun mad than none. One to wish our waking. Better a child spun frail. So here we kind of get to figure out why Lace was created. And basically, Grandmother Silk from our Silk, a child born loyal. Basically, Grandmother Silk, knowing that the Weavers had betrayed her, created Lace, who then became kind of a queen or kind of a deity figure in this world. It's in a really weird way, though, because Lace kind of just went around killing everybody. Ooh. Interesting. It's a section of the game I didn't know I could get to. Excellent. The Terminus. Unfortunately, that's not even the bench I want to rest at. The Cradle. Darn it. The Lore Room. So this room is all the cages. This is how the game starts off. We start off in one of these cages, and we ended up breaking out, kind of, in a way. But basically, all these cages say that there was a Weaver in here at one part, last of their line, frail with age, tracked and taken in the Sand Sea waste, 7 choristers and 9 envoys lost to the task. So every time these envoys went to go collect somebody, like a Weaver, they were dying. But they were bringing back all the Weavers to Grandmother Silk so that she could get her Silk back from them. And we are one of the few bugs that do escape, but we also kind of escape not of our own volition. A lot of people think that Lace... People think that Lace had a hand in it. There's no exact confirmation, but there is an insinuation that Lace may have helped us escape despite her mother. And that heart that we just got, that silken heart, where we got to go to that dream sequence, we even got to see that Lace is not loyal to Mama. Sandy Bear. So yeah, the theory goes that a lot of the times that we encounter Lace, she's doing something with butterflies. And the butterflies in this game are something that, like, we can't really interact with. They kind of act like a power source or soul in some sorts. But yeah, there's never a exact confirmation that Lace controls the butterflies. But one of our very first meetings in the game with her, she's singing and there's 3 butterflies with her. And then when she stops singing, the butterflies fly away. So there is kind of an insinuation to say that she most likely does have powers over them. The reason that we're talking about these butterflies is where the game starts off with you being caught in a cage. Like you're a prisoner in a cage. And as you are coming across this one bridge, a butterfly lands on the cage, and the runic seals that are keeping us captive suddenly break, which allows us to escape. When we escape, we fall down to the bottom of a gorge, and then that's how, like, the game truly starts off. So we talked to this caretaker up at the first shrine who is very wise and knows much. And he tells you, go talk to my siblings. I have a sister down in a ruined chapel. Well, we've only met one other, like, female NPC pretty much ever. And if you remember, like the chapel made from the very beginning of the game, it makes perfect sense. So we have to go and collect her soul. Then we need to go collect the soul of his uncle. And he says that his uncle hides amongst the bells, or some hint towards that effect. So now we got to go to Bellheart. And talk to the uncle. What do you want, slave?
Regina Fora.
I've heard it. Wishing on a world to be cut free, yes? Along with my nephew up there. Sounds like he's sunk as simple as you. Will you not provide your aid bug? This trap he plans requires power, and I suspect you're hoarding more than most. Oh no, I'll give it. Not in the hope that you'll succeed. In that, there's a slim chance. I give just to see that the restless energy unleashed. So much soul found and formed, generations of it, all going to waste. Better it's given a chance to blaze. So this guy doesn't even care that the whole land has been like turned to shit. He's kind of like, I'm going to help you just to see this power unleashed. All right, I did forget we need to turn in the steel quest out here in the blasted steppes. Z, your vassal is gone, alive, fled beyond these lands. I chose to allow their escape, even if you wish may not be granted. The wish? No. Hail it. Z, sense clear your meeting. The right, the vassal is tarnished. They have touched the dark. By the masters, they will now be hunted, no matter the distance fled. Perhaps your vassal, for your vassal, that is preferable. Waste here in servitude or flee free. They made their choice and proclaimed it clear by the Blacken action. Their dark champion is slain, but luck and guile may see yet them still survive. Hope, hail it, for a vassal who defies the masters, you give Z a thought complex. The outcome is different, and Z must now observe alone, but this may be the better way. Z shall accept the happening, shall pray the masters will still see her loyal, and Z too will share the hope that her vassal lives long unbound. This is one of those, like, you're not supposed to understand what these things are, but this is also where, like, the game just takes a weird turn. Like, oh, I'm this all-seeing being and we're all about loyalty, but this one bug broke that loyalty. You've given me hope. Maybe not. All right, so back to the first shrine because we need to hand over the materials we just collected. But yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Grandmother Sulk isn't super hard. I honestly could just go fight her now, but I'm hungry, so I want to make sure I get something going in my belly. Take the souls. Take the trap.
Brondaga. Brondaga.
It's done. Parts are prepared and heading up now to set up the heavy thing.
Not a miss.
So we have made a contract with this dude. Defeat the Pale Monarch. Confront the one who haunts the lands of Farloon. Destroy. Scale the citadel and ensnare its monarch in a deadly trap. So we have two choices for our ending. We are going for the soul snare because that gets us an additional 5%. Ultimately, they're nearly identical, to be perfectly honest. I also just saw that I have 2 music boxes I still need to turn in. So I'm gonna go turn those in real fast. And then we're gonna take a 5-minute break. But I do need more rosaries. I needed, like, I think it was 1,100 or 1,400 to finish building my house.
Buenaira. Me ofende?
So here, this bug is just confirming we've given him all the psalm cylinders in the game. I'm gonna let this play for you guys. This is the torturings down in White Ward. I'll be right back. Also ads in 5 minutes, so this is a 10-minute break, everyone.
podomomies vesero. Necoportum igertu, patoberg moles vesgeloditor. Oloram, iem olarvi birel porpotorme, yes. O podomomies vesero. Necoportum igertu, patoberg moles vesgeloditor. Oloram, iem olarvi birel porpotorme, yes. O podomomies vesero. Necoportum igertu, patoberg moles vesgeloditor. Oloram, iem olarvi birel porpotorme, yes. O podomomies vesero. Necoportum igertu, patoberg moles vesgeloditor. Oloram, iem olarvi birel porpotorme, yes. O podomomies vesero. Necoportum igertu, patoberg moles vesgeloditor. Oloram, iem olarvi birel porpotorme, yes. O podomomies vesero. Necoportum igertu, patoberg moles vesgeloditor. Oloram, iem olarvi birel porpotorme, yes. O podomomies vesero. Necoportum igertu, patoberg moles vesgeloditor. Oloram, iem olarvi birel porpotorme, yes. O podomomies vesero. Necoportum igertu, patoberg moles vesgeloditor. Oloram, iem olarvi birel porpotorme, yes. O podomomies vesero.
Alright, I do not want to eat on camera. So we're just gonna kind of just chill out for a moment. Dogs are chewing on bones, so there's nothing really to see what's going on. But yeah, I'm gonna eat real quick. I don't have a lot to eat, so it shouldn't take me very long. However, with my teeth, we'll see how things go. So let's talk about the normal ending of this game, since we won't be seeing it. We go up and fight Grandmother Silk, and we defeat her. Now, in the normal ending of the game, so normal being like this is what everybody would experience without jumping through some ridiculous hoops or knowing everyone to talk to and everything to do. You defeat Grandmother Silk and end up taking their silk from them. So us taking the silk of this like deity or godlike figure turns us into a godlike figure. And we become the ruler of Farloon. It causes our character to kind of like evolve beyond where we currently are. And since we are part weaver, so like kind of part spider, the ending has us like grow some extra arms. And it's a very, like all the endings for this game are very brief. They're kind of like a 15-second cutscene and that's it. So, in this ending, rather than us stealing all of Grandmother Silk, we are instead going to trap it. So, this caretaker that we've been talking to at the first shrine, I said this before, but he's definitely more knowledgeable than he's letting on. He definitely knows a whole lot about our world, about like Farloon. He knows way too much with no explanation of why does he know so much. So, because of this, we were talking to him at one point, and he's like, oh, so when you defeat Grandmother Silk, like, what are you going to do? And we're like, well, I don't really want to rule, but she can't stay in power either. So I'm not really sure. So he's the one who gave us this trap that he's like, oh, this will trap and bind her powers away, and we won't have to deal with her anymore. And then you also don't have to, like, take over either. So that is the decision that has been made and what we are planning to do. And likewise too, like, there's not really any other bugs besides the caretaker that really have an opinion on what's going on. For the most part, everybody is just kind of like, oh yeah, you're fighting Grandmother Silk? Huh, she does seem pretty bad. And they're going off of like what we've been telling them, but also we've been going around helping everybody. So it does make sense that like, oh, this super omnipresent being that has kind of made the world a mess, and we've seen the silk sickness, we've seen all these problems. It's very easy not to side with her, because this doesn't feel great, or we've seen the Citadel, we've seen what's happening up here in the Citadel. And you've been helping everyone. You've traveled all over these lands and helped everyone at some point. And you're saying that this lady, this ominous figure, is a bad person? It's very easy to believe that. Sunday, come here. Sunday, come. Sprinkles free. Stay here with me. Sprinkles, you're free. Go get your crunch. Do not guard the food. I don't know why you've started doing that, but I hate it. Sprinkles, you can get some crunch. So another character that I haven't really talked about is Garmond. So there's this white knight that has been going around and helping people just like we are. And his name is Knight Garmond, and then he's got his trusty steed, Zaza. So Garmond, we found out from talking with him, the Citadel kind of took over his village and destroyed it. He's the last of his village. Now, we don't know if that necessarily means I am the last of my bug, like I'm the last bug of my village, or I'm the last warrior of my village. But Garmond has come to also talk to, like, Grandmother Silk. And he's really the only other bug that ever really mentions, like, I'm here to, like, talk to the owners, the speakers about what's going on here. Because this isn't okay. My village has been destroyed. All right. I think we're ready. Are you trying to come back up here? You miss your dad? You love him? Kiss, kiss, kisses, kiss, kiss, kisses. All right. Grandmother Silksong we go. Hopefully everybody is back who wants to be back. There literally isn't anything more for me to do besides maybe farm rosaries for Asana, and I don't feel like doing that, so we're not gonna. I will say there is this one room that I also have not seen people talk about. But there's this secret room, and in it, there's a widow who's a boss we defeat very early on in the game. But she says, "We hear you, glory to you, devotion to you. Spin, bind, punish, wake, wake, wake. Our light divine, our mother true, of the first, of the last." But we killed Widow. She was batshit insane. She's what the kids would call insane in the membrane. Because I'm pretty sure Act 3 I won't be able to read. Alright, so Caretaker is here. Hey, you come a long way, Bill. Granting wishes, saving bugs, even rousing my sullen family to act. The snare is set above, or power bound along its thread. To your sight, it may seem a crude thing. There's fair strength to it, enough to quell a god. You and your family have done really well, sir. I shall prove your faith in this meeting. Aye, bring your best to the bell ringer, or bring your best bell ringer. Call forth a great pale god, cut her weak, and then drive the beast down atop the snare. Contact made will stir the snare alight. But only your needle's song will awaken the spell in full. When the moment arrives, you'll see it clearly. I have known your kind before, sir. Yours is a tribe that works in trades and power. And I am about to extinguish its prime source. Once this is done, will you truly delight in a land so bereft? I will. My family marks are all over the trap. We've spent a hard age avoiding the gaze of our God. If we earned it now after such open opposition, then That's a bleak conclusion none of us care for. Now, my job's done. It's time the grand business began. We'll be wishing victory to you, Bellringer. All ourselves. So there, that guy blatantly says, there's no mistaking it. Like, our trap is clearly, has all of our markings on it. So if you fail, we're screwed anyway. It's like, she'll know. But we come up here for the silky cocoon. Let's get Sunday back on cam because she's hanging out. And little Miss Wrinkles. Okay. Garma? Sunday. Grandmothers. Go ahead, girl. Go ahead, get down. All right, that's phase one. Kicked her ass. Kicked her assets. Got her. So here I can choose if I want to bind her, which means I take her over, or if I want to put her in the trap. We're putting her in the trap. Oh no! He's taking us down with her. But then Lace cut her arm off. Her whole freaking arm. I love how Sunday's asleep for this whole boss. Yeah, Sunday is so used to all my bullshit at this point. She's just kind of like, I just wanted to. Nothing else really matters. I just want snuggles. Does that be snuggle all the time? All the time. What loves? All right, now we have credit sequence that I actually can't skip. So if I thought about this a little bit smarter, I should have done this before we took the break so I could eat. Credits aren't terribly long. They're like 3 or 5 minutes. Matthew Trobiani is Trobio. But yeah, there's more musicians in this game than there is like programmers and designers, which is crazy to think about. Game completion in Steel Soul mode, 12 hours, 42 minutes, 23 seconds. So that is the base game. That's Acts 1 and 2. However, I have done the thing to set us up for Act 3. Because the trophy I'm missing for this game requires a 100%. So, to explain the ending, the caretaker and his family, they used the void as a means to imprison Grandmother Silk. Now, ironically enough, and this is something also never discussed, but that trap almost took us in with it. Grandmother Silk was going to pull us into the trap with her. Because there was never like a, hey, put her in the trap and get out. Like, we were right in range of the trap as well. So to me, I kind of wonder if the caretaker and his family were trying to ensnare us as well as a fearsome, powerful enemy. So, Lace did save us. She ended up cutting off Grandmother Silk's arm, which freed us, and Lace and Grandmother Silk ended up falling into the trap together. Alright, I only have 4 life at the moment, so we're going to try to not take damage. I can just save and quit to get full health, but I am trying to do as much legitimately as possible. So right now we have this like weakness state on us. This is how the game starts off as well. Like, we took a huge fall and then we're all weak, and now in Act 3 it kind of comes full circle of like, oh, we're weak again. But the difference is, in Act 1, we start off at the bottom of the world. Now in Act 3, we're starting off at the top of the world. But here we can see, like, we went through Lace's arena, and it you know, it's all dark and kind of destroyed. Now we're going through the Cogworks, and as we can see, everything's kind of gone poorly for us. And Grandmother Silk has all been corrupted by the void, hence it being all black now. One voided enemy down. That sucks. Ooh, that super sucks. I risked that so hard. I did not need to. We're gonna save and quit because I'm too afraid of playing on 1 HP. Interesting. Puts us up in Lace's cradle. I don't have to do that arena again. In this game, once an arena is defeated, it does not respawn. But I do have to walk back down to it. But as we can see, the whole world is, well, not the whole world, but a lot of the world is a mess right now. Things are broken. So there's a good chance I could have made it out because I didn't realize it was only one more enemy. But I also think I'm kind of glad that I saved and quit. But once we get out of this hallway, I do believe it's a forced save point anyways. So it's very unfortunate that I wasn't brave enough to do that last little bit. But I 100% did not remember. I thought there was more spikes than there were. Also, for anybody mad at me not wearing Beast Crest, I cannot wear Beast Crest at the moment. I need a bench to rest at. There's very, very few times that this is the case in the game. We were rescued by Sherma. Hoy, Red Maiden. 'Tis a prayer answered to see you safely awake. Little Sherma? What has happened here? To our safe haven? Our home. Well, this is what's left after the great breaking began. There was a terrible noise from above. Everything shook and fell apart, and the black thread sprung from beneath. Many a poor pilgrim has already been lost to the destruction. You might have been too, if not for some fleeing pilgrims who found you fallen and carried you back to us. The black threads. I may understand their source. I must speak with the old caretaker. You know what became of him? I see he has left you his guard. Oh, yes. He charged me with looking after those remaining here. Said he had to confer with his family down below. Down below. And they have sunk away to hide in their ruined chapel. I must pay them a visit. Thank you, Sherma. Stay safe and take care of your fellow pilgrims. What a calamity that's befallen us. All right, so we're doing Beast. For some reason, my Vesta crest was affected. I guess they just take everything off you and whatever, it's fine. Okay, we're looking good. All right, so our objective right now in this citadel, we're up at the where it says Songclave, right? So we're up pretty high up on the map. Where we need to go is all the way down here to Moss Grotto, all the way back to the beginning of the game. So obviously not the easiest of things. Not terribly difficult either, but keep trying to turn down the volume of my phone, and I keep lowering the volume of something else, thinking that it's going to control the volume of my phone, and it doesn't. All right, so we can see even the Citadel has been greatly affected. A lot of platforms are disheveled or pushed into weird locations. And certain guardians that were here before are no longer in their like normal places. And now some of these dudes are coming back to life, but they're all voided and shit. So now they either have more HP or some new attack patterns, which were not welcome. Do I have any Silk Eater cocoons? I do not. Oh, well. So the good news is we still at least have Era for fast travel. So we can just fast travel back down to Moss Grotto. That is not Era. What the hell happened to Era? Beast in the Bells. Descend into the bell wheel and defeat the hostile creature within. Uh-oh, we're trapped. We're off to a very terrible start at the moment. Got pooped on. Oh, that sucked. Get him, Era! Era came back! And she ate him. Era, you came back! All right, Era. And it turns out Era was a girl the whole time. We had puppies. And I wish you would have puppies. You could be a little pom mom, and it would be so cute. And then all your bad attitudes would actually make sense. All right, so now that we saved Era, now we must go back to Bony Bottom. And as we can see, the ruined chapel is no longer just like the lowly chapel or whatever it was. And here we get one of the game's big reveals or plot twists, but it only makes sense if you played the first game. Cowards! Where you hide, even though you cause your own land's demise. They're snails. You seem displeased, old one. We only did as you asked, yes? The snare is sprung, and the creature consumed.
Vienta!
You bound it to that void. Don't play daft. You should know well our family's fixations. Surely you had a hunch. How else can we hope to trap one of your pale kin? Or see her consumed with such insatiable efficacy? Then you have miscalculated, gravely. The White Knight, she fell with the mother.
Oh, Manel.
Oh ho, the quakes, yes? We had felt their force even here, so the mother resists the dark. To save the child? That is my guess. I must descend to the void below and see clearer that truth for myself. Oh, how unfortunate. All of our loom will fall to her flailing. So it may, but I will not watch idle while it crumbles. The groaning docks beyond the caverns of bone. There I have seen a vessel able to pass below. A heavy bell built for descent. I need only gain access and an operator to assist. I will investigate the docks and uncover that means. You'd be the first in an age to dive so deep, old one. That space below remains long unseen, even to our family. For those depths, I am prepared better than most. I will reach the base of this land and know the truth of the new disaster we together have wrought. So we basically tell those snails, and the snails are the wizards of the first game. We tell them, like, oh, hey, you set up this trap, and it, like, really just fucked over the world. And the snails are just kind of like, yeah, but you should have known that we're, like... Which I think is the strangest of arguments. And I forgot to open up that shortcut for the wormways. Guess we'll deal with that problem later. Now, I could just keep taking train stations around to go to places. However, there are certain enemies I do want to find and kill on the way. So we are going to hoof it to locations. Unless it's like across the map. Ow. Darn it, I didn't mean to fall. Good job, Garmin.
Sensible!
Well met, sister, though the beastly citadel has fallen slain. Still, the lands caught beneath it suffer. Evils long done by the cursed place have sunk into the kingdom's very foundation. Now they rise up as black sickness. This darkness is the curse deadlier than the haunting. A force more from far below that will consume all if given the opportunity. Just so. And while wickedness still stalks these lands, Hornlance shall not rest. So Garmin here being a complete bro. But he basically says that he's going to fight the void with us. Man, you turd, can you... Yes. So, Act 3, from what I remember, everything is going to deal double damage to us. And a lot of the things that are voided, they have additional HP. And when they hit us, it will start consuming our silk. And then some of these areas will also have void masses, which are basically just a whole bunch of prisoners that have been overtaken by the void. And I eventually get a quest. Actually, I probably should have gone and gotten a quest. Let's do that real fast, just to be sure. Go back to Bellheart, which is mostly safe.
Nesvir.
So Pavo, who used to be all happy, and Belly, he even admits, like, the world's a mess right now. Alright, I have a music player I can buy, and I'm 5 rosaries short. Unfortunate. Go get... it doesn't matter. I got the Dark Hearts quest. So the Dark Hearts quest is I have to destroy void masses around the world. For the record, there's like 30 of them, but I need to destroy like 20. I'm very, very shocked that there is not an achievement that's like, you know, destroy all the void masses. Literally, the last achievement I need to do is 100% the game. And we're about to go get an item that tells me how much of the game I've actually completed. Forge Daughter, I seek your aid. And Forge Daughter's like, nah, fam, not me. But Ballo here. Ballo's like, there's a lot of work to do, so I need to shovel coal. And we tell him, well, if the world is over, it kind of doesn't matter if you're shoveling coal then, does it? And he's like, huh. Well, that's a good point that I've never thought of. And he goes to help us. Oh gosh, I did not see that void. Is falling apart. except for this sauna. For some reason, this sauna room, perfectly preserved in all of its glory. And thankfully enough, we opened up a shorty cut. But I'm still going to kill this slug because I don't actually have a reason. I just want to. Good. Journal entry complete.
Cadestre.
So here Balo tells us, I'm going to give you the key to the old diving bell. Make sure to strap yourself in. But we're going to lower you because the void is down past lava.
Yanara.
So we're going down. Going down, down in an earlier round. And Sunday we're going down swinging. Be your number one with a belly. Love a little Sunday with your belly. You happy that you're snuggling with this little let go? Is mistake or realm retire possible?
Tamiyan.
Sir, if you can hear me, there's been an accident during the descent. It is in a broken state, but the bell is unfit for travel. Retrieve it if you may, but I shall not return with it. Is stake or realm retire possible? All right, we are officially in the void. The abyss. Can't play music for these guys. Protection's weird. Oh, they took a lot of damage from that. Okay. I'm in a bad state at the moment. But I don't believe there's any more combat for me to get to the bench. Unless I mess something up in here. Which now I'm pretty terrified I'm gonna mess something up. Shit. Anxiety. Egg. That is money for the relic. I did not remember you being in this room. Thank you for the life at least. That's going to take away a lot of my fears. Alright, either way, I have significantly less fears now than like 3 seconds ago. I think there's one in here. Let him come back. Of course, he only had 1 HP left. Roll. Erase our fear. Eliminate our desire. To suffer no more. Void cleanse us. I don't know who I even think wrote that stone. I know the void's trying to get us. Run! And then this is also really weird. I get that they put like a light here so that you see the bench. But also how? How is there a light down here? And then we come up here. And again, there's a light and there's a map of this zone. What? What is going on here? Here you lie, monarch, sunk so deep, yet still cling to life. Would you let your lands be choked black to protect just her? Spider dear, what a delight to have you visit. It is oh so lovely here at the bottom of the world. I cannot share your mirth, child. Your small rebellion above now causes this kingdom to collapse. Letting you live in was my rebellion, Spider. I have denied my mother your silken strength. I've won. She can thrash and waste and know her pathetic, broken child caused the mortal wound. Rejoice and let it all come down.
Buenera.
I will not. I've already stood the sentinel for 1 dying world. That role I will never play again. While I live and possess the strength to resist, this kingdom and the bugs within it shall not fall. Spider, what a marvelous specimen you are. You fight and fight, heedless of as the world crumbles around you. Farloom and her bugs will be crushed to dust, and still, you'll be vainly swinging your blade. There may still be a way to prevent that fate. Claim the hidden power, the bloom that repels the dark. Those snails share some fault in the snare, in their callous use of the void. They shall help me now, or to seek its counter. I will return, child, when I bear the strength to dive below and cut this land finally free of your mother's grasp. Hello, bug. Goodbye. Hello, bug. Wasn't supposed to jump into him there, but mistakes happen, I suppose. No, not that way. Okay. I missed the jump. Got it. No, I didn't realize it would keep going. Annoying. Oh, look, a hidden weaver nest. All the way down into the void. So apparently, it's not just the snails, but the weavers thought that the void power might be needed. And here we get the Farsight. The Farsight lets us see what our game completion is at. So if you guys are ever wondering, like, how do people know if they're at like 100% or 20%? This room is how we would know. Not gonna lie, I actually don't remember the way through here. Rune scroll depicting void given form. Not that way. Daughter of a distant land, bind our strength to yours. Bound, the ancestral art of Silksong, which I forgot is a movement tech in this game. Guess I should have played my needle in before this, but oh well. Void taketh. But now we have the ability to fire straight up into the air, and as long as our needle hits something, I can then ascend. So if I'm in an area with like an open sky, for instance, this skill won't work. I'll just throw a needle up into the air and nothing happens. But I think it's time that we get out of here, shall we? So we came down, we confirmed that the void is here. And we realized that that doesn't really benefit us in any way. So we basically are like, these stupid snail shamans caused all the problems, and now we want to just get out. I can't believe I ran into that. I mean, I can because it's me, and I feel like I do these things quite often. There is a secret stone up here somewhere. It is. In silence your voice, in darkness your form. We hire who see you seeking, or shall yearn for you. Yeah, I don't know what I think about those stones in terms of like, if I wanted to say who do I think evoked them, because in terms of lore, I feel like that's a very important thing. I'm gonna siphon some life from that. Okay, that was a weird interaction. And the bell is gone. Let's find out where it went. This is a kind of shortcut. It just takes us right back to that stone we were just at. So I don't fully understand the reasoning, but it's kind of just a way to make sure that you get to see that stone. But that stone's not even needed for like lore purposes or anything. So I really don't understand what their thought process is for it. All right, we need to escape the abyss. So to escape the abyss, we need to use all the skills that we've ever obtained. Get out of here. So hopefully, if anybody here is afraid of lava, this is the area for you. I didn't know that would happen. I've never considered what would happen if I knocked that down and then I was below it. Skip that I was able to partake on. And now I don't remember where the second oh. Game? Apparently I only need the one lava skip. What's weird is I've never seen lava be used in a way to like also be timing based, where it's like just chasing you. But we did it. We escaped the abyss. But because we kind of did it in a weird way, what I mean by this is we did it, but we also now can't go back now. What? Oh, I did forget to get a tool, actually. Alright, so every area in the game now, if we go to it, enemies have a chance to be voided. So if they're voided, they have slightly a different move set, not much of one. Like they'll still do their base attacks, but then they have certain void attacks that they can try to like hit us with. And if they do become voided or like corrupted, however we want to call it, they gain HP as well. So it's one of those things that if an enemy is voided, I'm going to be a little bit more scared of it.
Ha-ha!
Nice.
Ritala, ha-ha!
Ah, well met, sister. The task of hunting down these black twisted fiends is no small one, eh? Still, we must not rest. Not while the cries of the innocent echo from every corner of the kingdom. So as we hear, Garmin is just a complete bro. Sunday, are you getting down again? Okay. Okay. Right? Sprinkles, you want to come cuddle? Come here. Sprinkles, come here. Come. I want to snuggle you. Come here. Oh, you lazy dog. All right, right here. Good girl. Can you lie down? Turn this way so that people can see your little squirrely girl face. Look like a little gremlin doll. You're a little gremlin. How about you snuggle with me for a little? If you pet me like this, I think I could be okay with being allowed. But if you stop, I'm probably gonna get down right now. So, for the record, any enemy in the game can get voided. Except for bosses, technically, and we'll get into that when we come across it. And I don't remember where all the void masses are. I remember where a bunch are. Where's our map? We are in Farfield. I'm gonna go ahead and just make sure that this area is more visible to me. This is an area that I chose to not go through earlier because I hit the chest through a floor and then left the zone and was very salty about it. So this is how we're supposed to get it. So there, that thing was just voiding. And I personally do not understand what dictates whether something will void or not. There's a void mass. My thinking of void masses is that if there's a void mass in that area, enemies have a higher chance to turn. So like here, pretty much every enemy that we've come across has been voided. Beautiful. And the guy that was in here, his name is Mort. Mort's now dead. there's not really even a reason. It's just that some of the world crumbled and collapsed on his head. And now Mort is dead. Only explanation needed. Alright, so in here, there are 4 targets for us to hit. Only one of our tools can actually hit all 4 targets. So this scar is like, if you give me strength shall not feed. Is no, or mark is no curse. For death I give death. Strength shall not feed. We still hear it. So I can give him the curve claw. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Because why not? He asked for it very politely. But if we go back up, to where he was at, he left us a present, the curve sickle. The curve sickle is, from what everybody else tells me, one of the best weapons in the game. It acts just the same as the boomerang. You turd, we're not supposed to hit. Interesting. I detected an enemy. What am I even doing right now? I'm supposed to be meeting with the snail shaman. Man, my attention span is getting real shady. Back to our bony bottoms. So, the last that all of our friends and allies knew is that we descended into the void with a goal in mind. And now they're just kind of like, well, I guess she died. But here we are, we have come back. And with a new skill. Ahoy, back from the depths with nary a scratch. Is it as you feared? It is worse. Your snare is sunk in the monarch, deeper than even I can safely descend. To cut Farloom free, I must plunge below the surface of that lake liquid of nothing. No shell survives submersion in that void, old one. Not even yours. Not without aid, certainly. Though aid may exist. The flower that resists the dark. Do you know of it? The Everbloom? We've heard the tale, but had thought it was a myth. If ever it sprouted in our lands, we would surely have known. So Hornet here is like, you're right, it doesn't sprout, but I have it in my memory. Do you have a way to help me access my memories? And they're like, well, technically yes, but we need these very distinct power sources. And they're all like these distinct power sources. They're not easy to come by. So they give us a new melody to play, which will let us access these power sources. But these power sources are people's memories. So we essentially have to go steal some memories in order to power this spell for us to dive into our own memory to get the Everbloom. And here we get the Shell Crest, or the Shaman Crest. So we get to be just like the snails that have tricked everybody into this horrible world of their doing, of their making. You're doing a good job, Springs. I was just trying to get you on cam. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're being a sweet girl. I love that you're snuggling. All right, so the snails are a reference to the first game. So in the first game, they are these like super dark wizards, and they use soul as a power source. In this game, that power pretty much continues. That power pretty much continues. But the cool thing is they get this wicked ranged attack.
Cadestre.
I found the well hidden in the chambers beyond. The power that remained there at its base I've taken for myself. Bound yourself anew in nature, eh? And from our shells of our ancestors, no less. All the many that have called these lands their own. You make it seem so simple, like all of that learning, all of that strength sucked up in a whirl of silk. We'd call you a thief, old one, and cruel for the taking. But it's all coming down, so soon, if you can't stop it, if there's an advantage in the act that might see these caves safe, then it's better to make your claim. So here they basically just tell us, like, we should be angry that you took this power, but it's also you, and you're kind of our last chance. So this crest is our magic casting crest. So everything that we can like magically do. I'm gonna do spool extender for now, I think. Excellent. We're not going to be using it though. I also need to go get a charm that will. I'm missing 2 charms now that I think about it. That will make the Shaman Crest what everybody says is kind of the most powerful crest in the game. But it's also like you can only get it in Act 3. So it makes sense that it's like the most powerful. And then it makes you rely on spell casting, which isn't necessarily bad. Because I have been trying to weave in spells when I can.
Hello, Slim.
Hello, fellow resident. All right, our home now has its own personal spa. Wrinkles, you could use a personal spa. Fatal Resolve. The Pinterest would like to have a word. I've been looking for a quest, and I haven't gotten it. I wonder if I have to go do these hearts first. So, Chakra's out here defending Bellheart.
Yes, well.
Timiyan.
Va, va.
Hasbi.
Karkena.
And we basically stop and talk to Chakra for a moment, and we're like, hey, this is great that you're defending Bellheart. Can you keep doing it? I believe one of the void masses is up here. It is, it's down there. Another one down. And another one bites dust. wherever there was a void mass, I kind of predict that everything in that area is going to get voided frequently. So I don't know if that means that there's a void mass like on every single screen. But I'm definitely going to want to try to take care of them as quickly as possible. I don't know if I've ever even come into this room inactive. Nope, no void mass. Perfect. I'm confused because a bunch of these enemies in this room are voided. But I don't see a mass anywhere. And again, I don't have all the void masses memorized. Interesting, interesting. All right, so we need to. We got a quest for out in the blasted steppes. The interest that we that we learned from in the first act. Basically has said, hey, I've left has basically said, hey, I left my station, or like, somebody come please find me. I want to duel to the end. I don't want to just go out, you know, waiting for nothing. Right, void mass, excellent. And we need 12 of these void masks. So if anybody's wondering what exactly I'm like hoping for or looking for, it's 12. But alas, she's not here. So we unfortunately have to read that note. Otherwise, she does not relocate And then there's 2 hidden bosses. I forgot about the one entirely. So we're gonna go fight that one. And then there's another, like, sub-boss, not official boss. But I like fighting him, so we're gonna go fight him as well, I think. Eat rock, nerd. Wow, really? My phone buzzed and I went to look at it and I got a lot of damage for kind of 0 reason. Remember what his attack moveset is again. That sucked. He has a lot of repositioning. Very long range. Okay, I'm not willing to let that play out because I'm pretty sure I died there. I'm pretty sure if his sword slash hits me there, I died. Good girl, strength. All right. To be fair, we did take a crap ton of damage on the way up to him, so that was a no bueno. I actually also don't need to be fighting this guy, so come to think of it, we're going to ignore him. And instead, let's go get the item that I missed out on. Because after I beat the game again here in Act 3, I can go challenge that dude to a proper fight. And then have my file deleted from not playing safely enough. Go, but kind of works out as this works better. That's annoying. These Crest, you're starting to have limits. There's a boss up here that I forgot about. I 100% was like, oh, I'll just get it on the way out, and then I fast traveled my way out. And forgot it. Hardened outcrop of Volterite. But whatever it is doesn't matter anymore. But that is a blue charm that makes our magic spells deal more damage. But we only have one magic skill on this Crest. And we're not really playing with it. It would be very hard for me to justify that over healing up to 4 times. Is a dream, so I'm going to save. Yeah, we should be fine. Alright, so the snails gave us this melody. And this melody lets us invade the dreams of some of the most powerful beings. But we need their hearts in order to power our dream so we can go back in time in our dream and get the Everbloom flower and pull it out of our own memory. So, that's what we're going to go do. Beautiful. Why do you guys have so much HP now? Sir, you can't keep putting shields up. So, for anybody else wondering, this area is under Crest King Khan. And Crest King Khan supposedly has like one of the greatest armies that did stand up to not grandmother's soul. But admittedly, they did eventually fall. And we don't really know how. We just know that they did. That can be annoying, but thankfully enough, that's one of those. Our Crest actually has really good long range on it. sweetheart. You being cooked. Being such a what? I love it. Your bubble nonsense, sir. Darn it, I double healed because I thought the first one got eaten. Had not. Good news is we did all the other arenas, so we have one final arena, and then Crest King Khan himself. Oh god. Not mentally prepared for that. Yeah, bad. Pretty certain this is a dream. We're about to find out. Okay, good. Counts as a dream. Huh. For some reason, my Pimpello restocked, not my Flint Slate. And I also feel really dumb. I should be using my Flint Slate a lot in this arena. And I've not been. Man, there's definitely the weakness to the Beast Crest, though. If you try to heal and get interrupted trying to get your buff on, you just get screwed. You just 100% just fall out of... You lose so much by getting heal blocked with the Beast Crest. And it's not like particularly great with a lot of the other crests either, but Beast Crest is so feast and famine. So nice to see Sprinkles for once. I'm actually very surprised he's doing this. Oh, did I just not go all the way up? Brinko, he's doing such a good Lily. Beautiful. Wow. Oh, that stinks. That means I was on the final wave when I got merged. King Khan. He's trying to destroy the arena to kill us. This boss is one of my favorites, but apparently nobody else likes it. Like, either people find it, like, stupidly hard or stupid. Sucks. I should have beaten him. I'm so sad about that. I 100% thought I had him. And then that one heal again. It seems so feast and famine that if I get hit while healing, you're done. It's so hard to recover. This area specifically, the Coral Tower, is the one area where I will admit I am looking the most forward to if they come out with like DLC content to further explain things. Unfortunately, this specific boss does have an arena for it. That luck all the way to the bank. Hi, Frank. Hi, baby. You don't want to snuggle? You don't have to. Oh, Dad, I'm liking this. This is pretty good. You got your butt scratched. That nerd's gone. Coming for you, Khan. You in your Coral Tower, you bastard. Alright, so this time I want to save my flint for phase 2. Epic finish. Sprinkles, you're my good luck charm, baby. Our claws to crush. Our claws to rule. Our claws to save them all. Obtain the encrusted heart. It beats deep and slow. Alright, so I think it would be smart of me to just go for the 100% of things instead of a whole lot of extra that I can do and that I want to do. Let's see, I already did Shellwood. Oh, actually, nowhere any far. Give me 1 second, guys. I need a quick 30-second break to give my dogs water. I will be right back. Right. Back to the lab again. It is a puppy swap out. Alright, so admittedly, since I don't remember where void hearts are, I guess we're gonna do a minor bit of ooh, hello. Interesting that I missed that. Normally, a lot of the Void Hearts tend to be around where enemies can actually, like, aim at. There's Armin.
Entuma!
So here we even tell him, like, hey man, you're kind of an old bro. You know, we're not sure if you should be really doing all this fighting. Interesting that a lot of the enemies in this area are avoiding, back to our train station. I can't remember if the Void Heart or some of the quests that I need to get done in this third act. There's one or two that I'm like waiting for them to trigger. There you go. Interesting. What the? I had so much HP to deal with. Not doing great. I believe there's a void mass in the next room up. Can't remember if I already got it. So in this room, I'm expecting a void mass in the upper left-hand corner. I think I already got it. Perfect. HP. Holy crap. Okay. We're gonna try to go through this room. Honestly, half expected to find a void mass in here. Little sad that we did not. Oh, but there is a secret quest I can get. Let me find the enemy. There we are. 10, 2, and 14. Ooh. Oh, that's bad. Some of the weirdest. Ow. Okay. Did not know that the claws could be voided or thing. Stupid birds. Finding birds. So I'm out here hunting. Guess we'll do Verdania. We're already out here. Warrior, I heard you approach. Why did you come?
Timbiayan.
So surely we're like, oh, we found this hole in the wall.
Benny Frank.
Lo and behold, we found you in here. Ow. Excellent. We found the Verdania map.
Yanara.
Alright, so a lot of people I've talked with online, they all love Verdania as their favorite place. I'm like, it's alright.
Notelia. Holera. Holera.
All bowed before we princes green. All born brave. Sprout tall, spread far. Path lost in Yep, no longer there. confident. We push the button. Push the button. We push the button. And then we push the big button. Lift your voices, know your grace. Now we need to get out of here. The cool thing about Verdania here is the little quest that they have us doing. You can like run straight to the quote unquote the end, but that the place will be incomplete because like we're in this dude's memory. So we need to go around collecting all these like memory shards, if you will. Oh, missed that. This guy here is just kind of free healing, even though I messed it up. And for some reason this thing has so much HP. Arena. That. Nice. So let's say again, I'm in a dream, so I'm not super worried about dying. The arenas will stay completed, but some of I thought I hit him. Alright, what we're going to do... There is something I can do to give myself a little bit more power, which I think would be helpful for some of these quests. I just need to figure out what it is that triggers the quest. A distressed bug was heard calling for help in the bellway atop the Great Sandy Steps. This isn't the quest I'm looking for. All right, well, Miss Kaluna, here's our blue bell, by the way. It's a nice contrast from the other bells. We have yellow, we have like black, from what I can tell. Let's assemble our far sight. Doing great. Quick path. We are at 94% completion. Yeah, there's one thing. We're not getting a quest. And I'm worried because one of the ways that I think I might have to get the quest is by going somewhere and then I'm going to have to go right back there again, like a second time. And I don't want to do that. It's like, it's kind of an out of the way area. All right, well, we have a hero's call to do. And we have kind of more of a real quest to do. So we're going to go do the real quest first. Oh, hopefully Mal comes back. Because then I can show her the little short character. That we have is we have to fight a friend of ours, Pinstress. They're not. Riz. I don't remember this fight, and I don't remember this fight being, so we're gonna have to see how this goes. And up we go. There's her bottom. Slap. Aha, a needlebug. Who else would dare wake a Pinstress with such force? I saw my wish, I'm guessing. You're hoping to fulfill it. You know what you're seeking, Pinstress. A death end from battle, not caverns collapse. I can oblige, but a greater challenge still awaits me below. Whatever else you're about, you might be finding it futile now, needlebug. Black quakes, Farloon's finale arrives. So let's stop this yapping, eh? How about we begin? Let's see at least which one of us knows our true nature. Terrible start. Anything that you do, lady. That I appreciate. Get down here and fight like a bug. Ow. Beautiful. I win. Gah, best and fair. And yet you chose to stay the killing blow. No, you fell. I can test you, Pinterest, and myself for what's to come, but I will not cut you down. Despite its quakes, Farloon's demise is not as certain as it seems. I shall act to change that fate. If I succeed in my task, the land will remain. The land that remains will require the watch of strong bugs like you. I'll eat you an inspiration, making me seem like a right fool. You're thinking only to the end while you're looking to our future fair. Seems you've beaten me twice, Needlebug, both my pin's edge and my heart's resolve. Wish granted. For your talents, Needlebug, in blade and strength and restraint, take this emblem of my order. Oh, that's right. That's worthless. So no, it's not worthless, but she gives us an item that, wow, really? One. She gives us an item that makes our charged attack. It lets us charge faster, which I could see being really good on Beast Claw, but I don't know. When and if and when and how. I do not know if there is any void masses out here in the slash. I don't think I want to just go around exploring the whole slab again. Must Mal's here, because if Mal's here, there's a joke I can make. Oh, it was chains. Sorry, I heard a noise, so I turned back because I was like, oh, wait. Got him. Ooh, there's the glass. We're just gonna bomb this one. 4 bombs. A lot of bombs. Go ahead and void out, sir. You know, I actually never check on the Garmin ever. Once I do his quest, I forget that he exists. Oh, they're just fine.
Hasbin?
Well, that's interesting, to say the least. Okay. That would take me to cog work. No, no, no. Could go up and grab Ailman. So close. Let's go up and grab the last spell. And is there anything on the surface that I want? No, just the surface memento. Just some more book knowledge. Darn it. Having to remember our way back up here is not the easiest. Also with how little light there is as well. So close. Close again. Perfect. So we're making our way back up to where we fought Grandmother Silk. Because if we recall, her arm was destroyed. Huh. expected a voice to be heard there. Oh, I could have made that if I was smarter. So here we get the arm. And by absorbing Grandmother Silk's arm, we get Grandmother Silk's tail nails. Which, admittedly, I do think for Beast Crest is actually going to be a pretty good spell as well. So it's a long-ranged attack, and it's single target. And I don't know if that's necessarily, like, good or bad, but... What the heck, Fleetopia? Alright, I was trying not to spoil this. There's a Fleetopia quest, and it basically is like the end is near, and, you know, you then are kind of tricked into thinking, wait, what happened at Fleetopia? Like, are all the fleas dead? But for some reason, the quest is just not showing up. So my guess is I didn't get something. I bet you that's what happened. I'm missing a charm from the looks of it that I was supposed to get. So I bet you that I need to get that charm first. So the very thing I was worried about, I have to now do. Oh, that's... Alright, I'm about to go visit my cat, so I'll be driving. That is a weird sentence, but have fun and be safe.
Regina Fora.
Now he gives it to us. Alright, I'm gonna save and exit. I can't have pets where I live? Ooh. That's a no bueno. Well, yeah, definitely drive safe. Kaluna, thank you for hanging out with me. I think I'm actually gonna take a break here soon. And maybe I'll get back on tomorrow. Why is this quest not showing up? Why? Oh, it might be Pliny based. That would make a lot of sense. Because if you haven't even rescued Pliny, then yeah, there would be no point for the oil. That's a shame that I was walking through this area earlier. Oh, what a shame. And I think I went down. Yep, I went down because I never go down. Oh, the regret is so high. I had an AoE spell on there. memory, my treasure. Shining moments, brief eternal. World's dim end we meet. False touch, warm whisper, die and serve. Lenny, you're weird.
Benny Frank.
Zazama. Bonva nama elo.
But apparently Pliny was visiting his old girlfriend at the grave. Yeah, I am definitely not in the right mindset to do Fleetopia at the moment. So I think we're going to call it here. Get a nice long stream. But admittedly, I did forget that what we're about to do takes me forever. There it is. What a pain in the butt. All right, guys. I want to thank you all for coming out and hanging out and watching. Kaluna, MVP of the day. Thank you very much for spending all day with me. But unfortunately, we're going to call it here. So until that next time, ta-ta. And a bit, we're all done streaming. We're all done streaming. No more stream. Yeah, just Dairy Queen for you, ma'am. No, there's no Dairy Queens around here. I'd have to go to the store to get one.